All right, we have a quorum of the council present both here in person at Contoy's Auditorium and online. So I do think we will go ahead and call this meeting of the City Council to order. It is Monday, August 12th, 2024, and it is 5:22 p.m. I will note for the record that at the moment we have Councilors McKnight and Councilors Grant online. The first item on our agenda is a motion to adopt the amended agenda. For sake of clarification, the amended agenda as posted did reorder some of our deliberative items, but those are the only changes in the as amended agenda. Is there a motion from any councilor to adopt the amended agenda? Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Barlow. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? That is unanimous, so we have our agenda. The second item on our agenda is an executive session item. We will have Attorney McNeil and Attorney Sturtevant, as well as soon-to-be City Attorney Jessica Brown joining us in this executive session to provide a verbal update regarding city litigation. As is our standard practice in these cases, Attorney McNeil, if I could turn to you, is there anything you could offer to support our heading into executive session at this point in time? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I suggest that there be a motion to go into executive session under Title I VSA 313A1 C, E, and F for the purpose of discussing pending litigation where premature disclosure could put the city at a substantial disadvantage, to consult with counsel about that matter, and to have an update as to the mediation effort in that matter, triggering all three subsections of the statute.
Great. Thank you very much, Attorney McNeil. Councilor Doherty, could I turn to you to please make the first motion listed on Civic Clerk?
Of course. Based upon what we just heard from Acting City Council McNeil, I would move that the council find that premature general public knowledge of legal advice and information concerning the details of pending or potential litigation to which the city is a party or has a stated interest would clearly place the city at a substantial disadvantage.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Councilor Doherty, could I turn to you for the second motion now?
Of course. Based upon that finding, I would move that the council go into executive session to receive confidential attorney-client communications pursuant to 1 VSA Section 1313A1F in a pending civil litigation matter pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313A1E. Excuse me.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. And to confirm, as mentioned before, we will be joined in that executive session by Attorney McNeil, remotely by Assistant City Attorney Kim Sturtevant, and soon-to-be City Attorney Jessica Brown. Mayor, is there anyone else who will be joining us outside the council for the purposes of executive session? Okay, and we'll add Chief of Staff Aaron Jacobson then to that list. Is there a second to Councilor Doherty's motion? Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Any discussion on the motion? We will go to a vote then. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? We are now in executive session. The council will move to the Busher Conference Room downstairs. For councilors who are online, I believe if you've not been provided it already, a link should be circulated to you all to join the executive session downstairs. For those of you who are in Contoy's Auditorium, we will be returning here for public forum, which begins at 6 p.m. Thank you. So we will now go ahead and open up public forum at 6:12 p.m. And under our council rules, we will hear first from Burlington residents here in City Hall, and then among those Burlington residents online. We'll then repeat this process for non-Burlington residents. As a reminder for folks who are online, in order to participate in public forum, you need to have signed up at least an hour in advance through the City Council's website. I will note that there were a couple individuals who signed up slightly after this cutoff, which, to confirm, I will go ahead and honor those 2 individuals who signed up after that cutoff. It was just a few minutes afterwards. Once we open public forum, each speaker will be provided 2 minutes. When I call your name, if you're here in person, please come to the table. Make sure the microphone is on by ensuring that the green light on the microphone itself is on, not the other green light, which is keeping your time, but the microphone on the green light on the microphone itself, and speak directly into the microphone. For those online, I will let you know once you've been unmuted. When providing comments, please direct them to me as the chair and not to any other individual counselor. It is important that City Hall remain a safe place for those who serve, those in attendance, and those watching our meetings. The council respects and values diversity of opinions and perspectives on public issues. We ask, however, that all comments be free from individualized attacks, hate, harassment, obscenities, or other derogatory language about other people or groups based on any protected characteristic. We also ask that public comments please avoid conduct which is unreasonably loud, disruptive, or discourteous. If I interrupt a speaker at any point, it will be because I'm providing the speaker an opportunity to proceed under these rules as I've described them. If public comment continues in violation of these rules, I reserve the right to end public comment for that speaker at that point in time. So, with those on the table, we will now turn to our first speaker who signed up for public comment, and that is Bernie Carver. So Bernie, if you could please come to the table. The speaker will be followed by Sal Millichamp. I'm sorry, I think the microphone's not on. Or you need to push the button in front of you.
The button, okay, thank you. Thank you all for your public service. I really appreciate it. And I'm here to ask that you vote on the resolution to find a new mission for the F-35. Sincerely hope all of you have read the resolution and before casting your vote. Heard that some of your members feel that this resolution is a waste of time. And my comment regarding that is if you think that a resolution related to the health and safety of your constituents, their children and their pets is a waste of time, then I think it might be a good idea to find another field of work. It's interesting to me that politicians and pundits often comment on the Hamas having fighters embedded in their hospitals and schools. And ironically, here in Burlington, we have hospitals and schools surrounding a military base. So I don't think we have much moral authority to comment on this. Years ago, I was canvassing out by the airport, and I approached a resident where there was a big American flag on the door and a big black truck in their parking lot. And I approached with some trepidation, but the owners came out and were very positive. They were quite worried about the effect the planes were going to have on their dog, for example. So we know from the World Health Organization that this noise has an impact on children. Pets, dogs have 4 times more sensitivity in their hearing than we do, for example. And I'm not sure it's a good idea for older folks like me who are losing their hearing either. I have a few not-so-fun facts to share with you about the F-35. There have been 29 crashes since 2013, and
Sorry, if you could please wrap up. Yeah, thank you. And if you have anything else you want to submit in writing, please feel free to send it to the council. So thank you. Next up, we have Sal Millichamp to be followed by Lucy Gluck. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Sal Millichamp. I'm in Ward 7. My city council representatives are Evan Litwin and Mark Barlow. I'm here also about the F-35s, and I hope you all have read the resolution. It's pretty clear and concise on the 3rd page. It talks about Burlington's history proves that through the years, particular aircraft have come and gone, but the military mission has remained. See AR 33541, recounting 8 different airframes flown by VTANG over its 70 years history. On the second page, there's a part that interested me that seems like money is always the big interest. Burlington International Airport estimates that the airport will need $5.5 million from the FAA every year for the next 46 years to soundproof all the eligible homes. And that's not going to fix things for people who are standing outside or playing in the playgrounds. But the most important part I find is on the front page, where it talks about how this is going to affect children, or is constantly affecting children. The noise is terrible. I live in Cambrian Rise area, and I know the noise of the construction has affected me in the last year, and that has nothing compared to the F-35s. Please vote for the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Lucy Gluck, to be followed by Ashley Adams.
Good evening, folks. Yes, I would really like you to support getting this F-35 mission changed so that we can have some peace and safety. I live in the Old North End, very close between North Street, right off North Street, North Avenue, and I also work at COTS on North Avenue. So when I want to have my window open to work and the jets come over, I have to close the window because it's just too loud to even focus. The anxiety that happens for me when the planes go over and that intense noise is just, it's really traumatic. It's huge, and I can't even imagine what it's like for kids and for people in Winooski who've also, maybe come from more war-torn parts of the world and what they're suffering. The one area I wanted to focus on tonight on the resolution, because I think the parts that are really strong have to do with, obviously, with our safety. And there's a section that says the transport mission would increase, if we were able to switch to a transport mission, we would increase the number of air guard jobs as transport aircraft require more people to accomplish that mission. For example, switching from the F-35 to a transport would triple the number of onboard crew, and a medevac mission requires at least 5 times more crew than the F-35. So we're talking about increasing the number of jobs if we're able to change the mission to something that's more humanitarian, as far as I'm concerned. So please read through it all. It's got some really great information, and I hope you'll be able to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ashley Adams, to be followed by Pike Porter.
Good evening. Ashley Adams. I'm in Ward 6. I'm here to urge you to support the F-35 resolution. Please vote yes. You have the opportunity to take this first step toward improving the lives of over 6,000 humans, in particular the over 4,000 children living under the ear-piercing and terrifying 115 decibel F-35 noise. Decades of research attest to the neurotoxic and vascular toxic effects of extreme noise, reducing children's ability to read, pay attention, to learn. It increases depression and suicide. All people have the right to equal environmental protection under the law and the right to live, work, and play in healthy communities. FAA rules from the 1970s that led to a 90% reduction in noise for millions do not benefit our communities surrounding this airport, because our leaders continue to favor an airplane over the health and well-being of our residents. You can change this tonight. You can take the first step. The F-35 basing is a stain upon this community. It is a case study in environmental injustice. Tonight, you can take an important step toward curtailing the daily harm to the most vulnerable among us. Your yes vote tells the children living in and around the flight path that they matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Pike Porter, and then Catherine Bach.
Good evening. Pike Porter from Ward 6. First of all, thank you all, everyone who has worked on the F-35 resolution, and thank you all in advance for passing it, hopefully unanimously. I'd like to ask the City Council and everyone else listening tonight, though, to think of this as just a first step. Please pass this resolution, but then everyone please also contact our federal delegation individually or in groups, and please encourage them insistently, continuously, to do what they need to do so that we can get a transport mission here. I'd like to point out that the resolution talks about the 200 homes that has been raised in the Chamberlain neighborhood, 44 acres. And I'd like to point out that 200 homes not need be built back there. Last year, as you know, the state passed zoning changes, so at least 800 homes could be passed there. The Burlington International Airport is proposing a hotel, a multi-story building that could instead be a multi-unit, multi-story apartment building. And all along that road, we could have multi-story apartment buildings. You could house easily at least 3,000 people there. No, excuse me, have 3,000 units there hosting, I don't know, 6,000, 8,000, 9,000 people. If you had some vision, if you worked with the city of South Burlington, we could really resolve our housing crisis. The economic value of that would far outpass any value, economic value that the F-35s bring. If we could repopulate the 44 acres, it would be a boom to the region, it would be a boom to the city of Burlington and the whole area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Catherine Bach and then Jim Carrier.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Bach. I live on North Prospect. And I'm here to urge you to vote for the resolution about the F-35. As a Quaker, I believe that war is never the answer, but this is something that we can do that affects our citizens to make their life more pleasant by basing the F-35 in an area that doesn't affect so many people. There are 36 whereases in this resolution, well-researched with all the facts. I did not need to repeat that, but I would like to urge you to vote for the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We next have Jim Carrier and then Joanna Rankin.
I want to thank Councilman Bergman for resurrecting this issue. As they roar over my house in the New North End, they force me to close my windows and ask how, now that we've seen and heard them and come to know more about the F-35, how can we possibly continue to support this mission here in Vermont? Over the last year, I've written a series of articles for the Progressive magazine on a $1.7 trillion nuclear weapons modernization, a complete replacement of our nuclear triad, new missiles, new submarines, new bombers, and new warheads. At Los Alamos, they're building new plutonium pits, which is the heart of a hydrogen bomb. When one of those pits is tucked into a new warhead, and ignited over Times Square, it would destroy Manhattan. Manhattan, where in 1982, Robin Lloyd and hundreds of Vermonters carried a banner claiming that 177 Vermont towns had voted for the nuclear arms freeze and caught Ronald Reagan's attention. Unfortunately, we're back at the brink with the U.S. involved in a new arms race. The Biden administration revealed on July 20, the U.S. has 3,748 warheads in its military stockpile, ready, armed, and ready to go. 100 of those are so-called tactical bombs, are stored in 5 NATO countries. Those bombs, the B-6112s, can be carried by the F-35, which was certified to do so in March. But the F-35 is a troubled plane. The Pentagon is already looking for a replacement, which is to say that the F-35 may not be here to stay for financial reasons. These are war machines, and their presence here is incompatible with a community that is opposed to war. There are dozens of aircraft operated by the Air National Guard around the country for airlifts and refueling, rescues and evacuations, so there's plenty of piloting available absent the F-35. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We next have Joanna Rankin, to be followed by Andre Clark.
Good evening, councilors.
Evening.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you for hearing us this evening. I'm Joanna Rankin, and I want to make 2 points. The first is that it would be easy to think that there was 1,000 things done in the past, been before this council, nothing further could be done. That's not true. What's being considered tonight is being considered freshly, and it's being delivered to a delegation that has the power to ask the Air Force to change the mission. So you are empowered to ask the Air Force, to ask our delegation to ask the Air Force to change the mission. Second, there's been a lot of discussion about noise. Noise is probably the wrong word for this. We in Burlington suffer the noise. We find it noxious, we find it confusing, we find it disruptive, but by and large in Burlington, we don't suffer most from the F-35 noise. That suffering happens primarily in Winooski and South Burlington, and those communities don't administer the airport, and they don't have the same authority and that you do to help alleviate their suffering. And I talk about suffering, and what we really want to talk about is harm, because the F-35s don't just produce noxious noise, they produce harm. And they produce both physical and emotional harm. So please vote tonight unanimously, I hope, in favor of the resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We next have Andre Clark and then Daniel Albert.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andre Clark, Ward 2. I was unhoused or housing insecure from the age of 12 until the age of 25. I'm a current UVM Master of Public Health student with the focus on homelessness and the founder of a local volunteer organization, Street Cats Burlington, that does street-level outreach and partners with local organizations, including CVOEO and King Street Laundry, to get needed supplies to our unhoused neighbors. I've spent a considerable amount of time connecting with people experiencing unsheltered homelessness and listening to their concerns. The current social and political environment has created a deep social stigma against people living outside. I was told by people that people throw things from the 5th floor of parking garages at people's heads, that there's a group of people who go around attacking unhoused people, and I have seen the harassment and abuse that people face for simply having nowhere else to go. Homelessness is a traumatizing experience and one that impacts the physical and mental health of the people experiencing it. We need to stand up as a community and protect our neighbors and friends from abuse and dehumanization. I am hopeful that the city will reconsider its encampment policy and work on creating safe spaces for people to camp while working on long-term solutions that increase housing and focus on the social determinants of health. It is not a sustainable solution to build fences, take away bus stops, and no trespass people from public spaces where they're just trying to meet their basic needs. This will not solve homelessness, substance misuse, or any of the other problems facing our community. People don't just disappear. They get pushed further into unsafe places where they are at risk of violence, theft, flooding, and the inability to access services that benefit their health. I am hopeful that the city will focus on creating connections and community, allow for sanctioned encampments, continue collaborating with other municipalities, and take a public health approach to homelessness. I exited homelessness and been sober from alcohol for 9 years because of social support and community, often from people who had no reason to help me other than our shared humanity. This is what creates change. Thank you. And thank you to Mayor Emma and Sarah and Marcella for all the work you've done.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Daniel Albert, to be followed by Dave Marr.
I'm Dan Albert. I live on the east end of Burlington, and I'm a man of few words, so I probably won't take 2 minutes. But to me, it's a simple question. Should the government be causing harm to its children? That is the simple question. And this mission has been doing it. And it's well documented. It causes hearing loss. It affects brain development. Is that the government's role, to harm its children growing up at the time that their brain is developing the most? I mean, it's crazy. So this resolution is just the first step, but I ask you to take the well-documented resolution quite literally and to pass the resolution so that the congressional delegation can do what it's going to do to try to stop it. I know I've been disappointed in the congressional delegation before, but hopefully they'll do something different this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Dave Marr, to be followed by Gene Hopkins.
Good evening. My name's Dave Marr. I live in Burlington's North End. I've read the mayor's memorandum on encampments. There's some things I liked and some things that could use some improvement. I like that it recognizes that Burlington is a magnet for the homeless due to its greater, and this is a quote, walkability, easier access to transportation, and location of services. So I'm glad the administration and I are on the same page in that matter. I like the approach to removing encampments from city parks, and I think the situation is better this year than last. Last year, we had tents lining Battery Street, which was an eyesore. But I have a suggestion for improvement. I'd like to see the urban reserve included in the same category of places where we enforce our no camping ordinances. I like the identification of hotspots that exhibit harmful behavior, but we need to do more than just convene hotspot working groups. Hotspots are fueled by the drug trade, and my recommendation is to have a concerted 2 to 3 day citywide effort to interrupt the drug trade by shadowing drug dealers and, if necessary, making arrests and confiscating illegal drugs. Now, we can't do that alone, so I recommend we get help from the state police, UVM police, Colchester police, Milton police, South Burlington police, CSOs, park rangers, the feds, everybody. Do it for just 2 to 3 days. I think it'll be worth it. At the same time that we stem the flow of drugs, we should offer buprenorphine to those suffering from withdrawal and help these people turn their lives around. We need to take bold action or we won't make any progress in our fight against the drugs that are ravaging Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next, we have Gene Hopkins, to be followed by Doris Bettinger.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I'm Jean Hopkins. I live in Ward 1, right across from the hospital. And my motto right now is housing is healthcare. And it just really upsets me when the F-35s fly over and I can actually feel the building shaking. What is that doing to the rest of the buildings in our city? It must be weakening them. Also, the fuel that's being used. I have a sign on, it says the fuelless F-35s. Therefore, I think this resolution to find a more caring mission for the Vermont Air National Guard is really essential. We have, many weather emergencies now, the floods. We need to find more housing for people. How many homes do we lose in this state? 150 or so? Where are these people going to live? I really support the idea of rebuilding homes around the airport and lessening the noise. We do need more housing, not more bombers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We next have Doris Bettinger, to be followed by Julia Handel.
Hi. Does this sound good?
Yes.
My name is Doris Bettinger. I am the wife of a military pilot. I've heard that some people say they can't support this resolution because they want to support the Guard. I say hogwash, absolute hogwash to that. Nothing has done more to hurt the reputation of the Guard than this placing of this airplane. The reputation has gone downhill since the F-35s have arrived. A more humanitarian mission one that does no harm and may help our local people as well as the military, we'll reverse that low opinion, and maybe we'll restore our regard of the Guard again. Help facilitate a mission that everyone can be proud of.
Thank you very much. We next have Julia Hondel, to be followed by Deborah Young.
Hi, I'm Julia. I'm from Ward 4. Many of you have seen me before here and seen me on committee. I just want to also talk about the F-35s and talk about how they are just emitting tons of pollution that are harming our environment and harming our health, but also the noise is not only harming children's hearing, but it's also hurting our education. Now, my senior year of high school, I was a part of CCV's early college program, taking a full course of college credits my senior year, which is incredible. And at Winooski's campus, our class had to stop momentarily because of the F-35s. So these F-35s are taking away from our education. And at every level of education that I've been at in the Burlington School District, our classes will sometimes have to stop because the F-35s are just so loud and we cannot hear our teachers and we cannot hear our peers. It's a really big issue. I think we're not taking this into consideration about the education and the next generation. So I really hope that you do support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We next have Deborah Young and then Nolan Rogers.
I'm Deborah Young, and I live in the East End, and I was brought up to love the Air Force. Both of my parents were Air Force officers, and they thought the way to spend summer vacations was to travel in 48 states camping and visit as many Air Force bases as we could. And the thing that astonishes me the most about having these F-35s here in Burlington is that the Air Force recommended they not be here. A mistake was made when they were put here. The Air Force did not think it was a good idea. They said there were too many people living here who would be harmed by air pollution, by noise, and by plane disruption. I live just off East Avenue, and when they fly over, even with all the windows closed, things vibrate. When I'm outside at the garden, it's horrible. I've been walking in Shelburne Farms, equally horrible. Recently, a friend and I were on an ollie tour at Winooski at the river learning about the old mill, and the speaker had to stop because 6 flew over, 6 at once, and they've flown as late as 9 o'clock at night. They disturb everyone's life, and it's most critical for children, but it's also important for all of us. We're all losing our hearing as we age, some of us faster than others. This is harming everyone. It's disruptive, and it isn't what the military thought should be done even. It's not that we are going against the Air Force or any other qualified person to make the best choice. A mistake was made, but it can be changed. And I agree with all the other comments people have made and hope that this will be a step in the right direction to find a different mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We next have Nolan Rogers and then Cheryl Green.
Hi, my name's Nolan Rogers. I live on North Street. I would also like to support the resolution to find the F-35 or find a new mission for the National Guard. That sounds great. And then I would also like to support the issuement of bonds for the BED's grid strengthening effort. And then the main thing that I wanted to talk about is that it came to my attention that we are spending $11,000 a month on the parking lot on the other side of the courthouse over there. And I feel like that's a bad use of money because we could not be paying that and the parking lot would still be there. And so that's been happening since April, I believe, or the end of February anyway. So maybe March. So that's, we're 50 grand plus in already. I feel like maybe we can, the point of this was to have more parking available for the Main Street project during construction, which makes sense, but the city is subsidizing it and the parking lot would, again, still be there if we didn't subsidize it and people could still pay the rate there. So we're paying $4.85 or something per parking space 24/7. while this agreement is in effect. So I would urge our city council to end this agreement so that people can just pay the full price of parking at the market rate in that lot, and then it's all good instead of spending $11,000 a month. And because like if the money thing is concerned with F-35s, I mean, think of this as an opportunity to save, you know, what is that? $150,000 a year on one parking lot. So I urge you to do that and end the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. We next have Cheryl Green, and I believe it is Heston Allison or Neston Allison.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Green. I live in Burlington Co-Housing. It's an intentional 32 household community situated between East Avenue and the Centennial Woods. And first, I want to speak of my personal experience and accommodation regarding living at the edge of the most intense noise zone from the F-35s. From 9 to 9:40 a.m. Tuesday through Friday, I try to stay indoors as the F-35s pass overhead. Sometimes I'm outside. Walking between buildings, the sound ricochets back and forth, covering my ears barely helps. It's a little less intense if I rip out my hearing aids, but then I have to try to cover my ears without dropping my hearing aids. So once I was caught in Centennial Woods, and the level of noise rocking among the trees was devastating, and there was nowhere to go. Afternoons are unpredictable in the F-35 launch timings, and the same is true for the first Saturday and Sunday every month. And within the last couple of weeks, one morning, 8 F-35s launched, one right after another. I saw and heard each one. Crazy and excruciating, and how is it affecting my aging brain? My biggest concern is babies and children. And this resolution outlines in research detail the neurological interruptions and delays that noise levels can cause. And I want to very much appreciate the work of Dr. Peter Bingham, who's a pediatric neurologist here in the hospital, and also the fact that he's spoken publicly, written publicly to help us all learn about it, and also wanting to thank Roseanne Greco and Joanna Rankin for their work in writing this amazing resolution. So all of this about children and babies, and I ask myself, how is it possible to vote against the health and well-being of children?
Thank you. Next, is it Heston? Okay, next we have Heston Allison, to be followed by Ariel Bergen, I believe.
Hi, my name is Heston. I live in the Old North End. I am currently a contracted employee with the government at the federal building, and I am subject to all the drug and gun violence. I am always being asked to pick up needles, and people are always coming and thinking that I'm taking their drugs. So they're shooting the place up or trying to stab us with needles. That's all.
Thank you for being here. Next we have, it's Ariel, I'm reading the last name is Bergen here. Okay, thank you.
I think I live in Ward 3. I think it was changed recently. I'm not really sure.
I'm sorry, is it possible you could pull the microphone a little bit closer?
Is that better?
That's great, thank you.
I think I live in Ward 3. It's changed since I've been here. As a mother, it's kind of hard where we live to see all the drug use. The amount of people that come through, all the homeless people, I feel bad for them. But a lot of them, not all, but a lot are on drugs. Seeing them laid out on the ground looking dead, actively overdosing. A few of the places on my street appear to be drug houses, so it's kind of hard to see all those people come and go. I have been outside before walking the dog with my children, and there have been cops running in different directions with their guns drawn, trying to get somebody. That's hard as a parent to explain that to children. I guess I'm just kind of wondering what we're doing about the drug use, the crime, the unhoused, as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Jay McDougall, to be followed by Judith Yarnell.
You want me now?
Yes, Jay, you're up next.
Okay. No, I got it. Thank you. Are you using this one? Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
You know, I came last week, last month, and we had to go to the Macy's department store, and the elevator is not working. And if you expect people to use the Macy's department store, you got to get that elevator fixed for people that are disabled. And I'm one of them. The Macy's department store elevator does not work. And on the other hand, we need people to understand about the disability. I told the city clerk, and she said she was talking with somebody. He was talking with somebody. You should look at what's okay and what isn't before you sign them out. Because Macy's department store was, the elevator didn't work. We were supposed to go there. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm disabled, and now I was going to climb stairs, 2 flights of stairs, when an elevator can work. Also, we need somebody to help me get the sidewalks fixed up on the other end. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Excuse me?
Yeah, thank you, Jay.
Jane.
Jane, sorry, it's listed here on the form as Jay.
Jane.
Okay, Jane, I appreciate it. And thank you for raising those concerns. Just so folks here know, today, the elevator in City Hall is inoperable, and because of that, we have opened up the Busher Conference Room on the ground floor as a space for folks to be able to access, tune into the meeting, and participate in public forum if there are accessibility concerns. So I do really appreciate you raising those concerns, Jane.
Well, I'm glad, because I'm used to these stairs right here.
Yep. Thank you, Jane. We have 2 additional Burlington residents signed up to speak in Contours. The first is Leslie Delaney, to be followed by Judith Yarnell, and then we will then turn to Burlington residents online.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about public safety. I firmly believe that...
I'm sorry, Leslie, could you put the microphone a little bit in?
How's that?
Is it on? Okay. Okay, all right, good.
Am I on?
You just have to put it directly in front of your face. It's sensitive.
All right, how's that?
Great, thank you.
So I'm here to speak about my concerns about public safety and the unhoused. I do believe that society works best when the rules are applied equally to all. The current policy that city government has allowed a small group to camp against city ordinances does not go along with that belief of mine. I also am concerned that the residents will need to pay for the cleanup and the restoration of those public spaces. I'm wondering if the city or any other of our social service agencies have determined how many of the unhoused currently camping in our area are Burlington or Chittenden County residents. I do believe that we have a responsibility to help our residents, but the city of Burlington does not have the resources to help all. I really hope that the city can tell us how and when the water and the toilet program that is currently in place will end. The state has been having a terrible time ending the motel program. I'm not sure how the city is going to do any better. And I think we're delusional if we think that the problems will end, particularly as winter is coming. A progressive agenda does not and should not put one small group's rights above the needs of all. Burlington, I feel, is being taken advantage of, and I strongly encourage the City Council to take action so that this does not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Our last Burlington resident here in City Hall is Judith Yarnell.
Hello, everyone. I'm Judy Yarnell from Ward 4 in Burlington, and I'm here to speak about the F-35s. I have 2 points. The first is just an observation, and the second is to call your attention to something that may not have been talked about yet. We're hearing a lot about democracy being at stake in the election coming up in November. My question is, what has happened to democracy in Chittenden County? In the past several years, citizens in everybody near the airport, Burlington, Winooski, South Burlington, have expressed their will in resolutions and petitions, and they've been drowned out by a more powerful voice in Washington. The second thing is, I'm very concerned with the nuclear capability of the F-35s. They were designed to carry B-61 tactical nuclear weapons. Back in 2019, when there was a lot of discussion about the F-35s coming here, we were told, don't worry, these planes will not carry nuclear weapons. They would have to be retrofitted, they would need new software, et cetera, et cetera. Well, at the end of last year, the Defense Department and the Air Force announced that all F-35As are now nuclear capable. Nothing else needs to be done about them, and that certainly includes the ones in Burlington. I'm not saying that I think there are nuclear bombs there now. What I am saying is they're capable, and we will never know whether or not those bombs are there because the Air Force will not tell us.
Thank you very much. So we will turn now to Burlington residents who've signed up for public forum online. As a reminder, and I mentioned it at the top of public forum, the City Council has had a rule for some time now that in order to participate in public forum online, you need to have signed up at least an hour in advance. There are 5 individuals who are Burlington residents signed up for public forum online. I will call them in this order. They are Sharon Busher, Mary Fillmore, Annie Lawson, Deborah Booten, and Greg Hancock. Sharon, we should be able to go ahead and promote you, and Sharon, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself. Sharon will be followed by Mary Fillmore.
Yes, thank you very much, President Travers. I wanted to speak about the resolution that Councilor Bergman brought forward regarding the F-35s, and I want to thank him for the thorough information included in this resolution. I think it is very helpful for people who may have the history, those who just know the problem but don't have the history, and then he lays the foundation for a solution that he is proposing in this resolution, that's being proposed in the resolution, but he also shows that this is a solution that has been brought forward by other states and other communities, and they've been successful. So I really want to thank you wholeheartedly for that. I think that it helps to educate the public and allow people to weigh in on a conversation that they care about. I think the important thing for me is that I want to be able to allow the Air National Guard to remain in Burlington, and this allows them to keep their skill set, allows them to be able to fly planes, but gives them a more positive mission that is more consistent with the needs of Vermont and the opinions of Vermonters. I want to end with one thing. When I was on the council, I reached out to the director of the airport at the time, Gene Richards, and our congressional delegation, because my job had taken me into Winooski, and I was walking on a side street off of Main Street, and there was people with little kids, and the F-35s flew over. It was the most horrific experience I ever had, and I thought, at a minimum, while we're trying to find a permanent solution, can't we get some earmuffs, ear protection? There was no appetite for it from anybody at any level. And so I really still think that that's something that should be explored while this better solution moves forward. But thank you again, Councillor Bergman, and I hope the council will say it's time to revisit this, and let's talk about this, and let's all get together and make it more compatible with Vermont and Burlington. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Our next speaker was Mary Fillmore. I don't know that I see Mary Fillmore online right now. Mary, if you are online, if you want to go ahead and use the raise hand function in Zoom so we can find you. Until we see that, I will move to the next speaker, which is Annie Lawson. I will also note that at the moment, I don't know that I see the timer on Zoom, which we typically do see, but I am keeping the 2-minute timer here on my computer. Annie, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself, and I will start the timer once you begin. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for keeping me with the time, because I cannot see it. Thanks to all of you for the work that you do on behalf of our community, and thank you for hearing the voices of community members tonight. My name is Annie Lawson. I use she, her pronouns. I live in Ward 4. I'm a social worker, specifically a mental health worker, and a parent. I want to speak tonight about the opportunity to correct the mistake made in placing the F-35s here in our community. Many stats and studies have shown and documented the harm caused by these flights. Many other people have spoken, not just tonight, but at many, many meetings for many years, about the well-documented facts, and in particular about the noise levels that cause measurable harm, particularly to our youngest community members, whose developing brains are the most vulnerable to this harm. In addition to these well-documented reasons, there are further critical social factors to consider with your vote tonight. The main one that I want to name is that the highest noise zone, and therefore the highest harm level, is in the city of Winooski. Winooski is the most racially diverse city in our state. And so as you can see, this issue is also about upholding or dismantling systemic racism. Because I'm participating remotely, you can't see me, but I'm a white person. And I want to note that as far as I'm aware, this city council is comprised of white people, although I would welcome any correction on that point if I'm mistaken. So each of you has a seat at the literal table where decisions are being made that impact the health and development of Black and Brown Vermonters at a disproportionate rate. There are some elements of the F-35 mission that you're limited on as city representatives, not federal representatives. So you can't decide how our taxpayer dollars are used with this, this particular plane. You don't have any say about the emissions that are caused and how those things are going to impact the futures that our children will inherit.
Thank you. And we are
However,
at time. If you could please wrap up.
Thanks so much. You will have a direct decision tonight which directly impacts the question of systemic racism in Vermont. Just knowing that Black and Brown Vermonters are experiencing this harm at a higher rate. Please take the opportunity tonight to vote for a choice that would help dismantle systemic racism. Please do not vote to
Thank you.
uphold it.
Thank you very much. next speaker here, and sorry, I'm losing track of the spreadsheet. There we go. Our next speaker is Deb Booten. And Deb, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself. Thank you very much. And I will start the timer on my end for 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. My name's Deb Boughton. I live in Ward 7. I've lived here since 1985, and I have lived and worked and paid taxes and volunteered now for over 48 years in this community. First, I want to say that I very much support the Air Guard here. It has a crucial role to play in many ways, and especially here in Vermont. I recently had an offline email exchange that was pretty civil with a fellow Front Porch Forum member who challenged me about my post in favor of the resolution. And one of the things she said was, so you want to impose these planes and the noise in another neighborhood just because you're inconvenienced by it? And I responded, no, they don't belong in any neighborhood. They don't belong in any populated area at all, as are the resolution documents in so many ways. So I also said it's not about me, and it really isn't about me. I am extremely concerned about our children who, it's been noted, have much more harm to them from this. And the idea that soundproofing our homes is a solution, to me, is one of the most ludicrous and expensive notions ever imagined, and the Air Force itself said it was not feasible or practical or a solution. At the same time, I know that we as a community and a state, we want more young families to move here.
Thank you, Deb.
We want our youth off of their cell phones and outdoors.
Deb, we're at 2 minutes. Apologies, but
Oh my
we are at 2
goodness, I'm
minutes.
so sorry. Can I just wrap up with one sentence?
Sure.
I mean, there are so many reasons that we need, we learned during the pandemic, for God's sakes, we need fresh air. We need our windows open. We need all of that. I want to say that passing this resolution in no way is a vote against the Guard. It's a vote for our community, and it's a vote also in support of the Guard. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb, and apologies for mispronouncing your name before, Deb Boughton. We next have Greg Hancock. Greg, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself. We also had Mary Fillmore on the list. Mary, I do not see you on Zoom. If you're online on a different name, if you could please use the raise hand function, Mary Fillmore. Greg, you should be able to go ahead. I will be keeping the timer here. Apologies for the technical difficulties and not having the online timer there.
Okay, I would like to talk about the issuance of the revenue bonds for BED, which is the agenda item 7.4. The $20 million bond would cover a number of projects that Burlington Electric is looking for. And it appears, many of them appear worthwhile, but others are not. In light of the McNeil plant's past and expected continuing future losses, we need to evaluate whether McNeil should be decommissioned before making further investments and upgrades for it. I therefore oppose the proposed expenditures on generation, but not the whole motion itself. According to the BED memo, approximately $2 million of the $20 million will be invested in BED's generation plants, including a wood chip dryer and a nitrogen oxides catalyst replacement at McNeil, and EVs for the forestry team, which sounds like more of a marketing a program than an investment in efficiency. I propose that the motion be split to clearly separate out those expenditures, those proposals of expenditures from the others and voted on separately. Secondly, I do want to express my support for the F-35 resolution. I want to thank the counselors who worked on this resolution, and of course Roseanne Greco for her undaunted efforts to make us aware of all of the issues behind the damage that these F-35s do to our community. The severe injury to the cognitive development of children repeatedly exposed to the 115 decibel F-35 noise is pure abuse. And
We're
it's
at 2
also
minutes, Greg. Sorry
unnecessary.
to interrupt, but we are at 2 minutes. If you could just please wrap up.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Greg. I do not see Mary Fillmore online, so we are going to then close out the online portion of public forum. I do not have any non-Burlington residents signed up, so we will return here to City Hall for the remainder of public forum. I have 9 non-Burlington residents signed up at this point, and the first is Roseanne Greco, to be followed by Karen Akins.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Roseanne Greco. I'm a former city councilor for South Burlington, and before that, I served 30 years on active duty in the Air Force, and I retired as a full colonel. In my military experience, I've seen many examples of congressional actions such as what you are requesting of Vermont's delegation in this resolution. Members of Congress routinely request the military to bring in or remove weapon systems from their states. In my experience, all of their requests have been successful. This resolution gives you some recent examples of that happening in Minnesota, Nevada, Ohio, and Alaska. Military missions change frequently. This resolution gives examples of recent Air Guard mission changes in Michigan, Montana, New Mexico, North Dakota, and Ohio. It happened in Vermont in 2019 when we changed from the F-16 to the F-35, largely as a result of a congressional action from a member of the Vermont delegation. Given the firsthand experience we have of the F-35s for the past few years and the increasingly dire reports of physical harm from the noise they produce, it is blatantly clear they do not belong here. Our congressional delegation has the authority to get the Air Force to replace them. Municipalities do not have such power. As President Franklin Roosevelt reportedly said, "I agree with you. I want to do it. Now make me do it." Please pass this resolution to make our congressional delegation do the right thing. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. If folks could please hold their applause. We will turn next to Karen Akins and then Peter Bingham.
My name is Karen Akins. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Tonight, I'm here to address the F-35 noise issue as a filmmaker. After years of research, I've completed a documentary about noise pollution in Vermont, The Quietest Year, which delves deeply into the F-35 issue. I interviewed many experts in acoustics and health and learned a lot in the process. These are the key takeaways. Noise does not just affect our hearing, it affects our health. Many of the health impacts of noise were not fully understood back in 2013 when the basing decision was made. There is now indisputable scientific evidence proving the harm of noise, not just to your hearing, but also to cardiac and mental health. For children, the acceptable amount of noise is not well understood, even for hearing impacts. Nobody wants their child to be a guinea pig, apparently. A child's developing nervous system is especially sensitive to repeated adverse effects like noise. As we've already seen, those who can will voluntarily leave the noise zone, but those who can't move due to financial or other reasons will expose themselves and their children to unhealthy levels of noise, which can have long-lasting hearing and health effects. I believe that one day we will look back at the basing of the F-35 here in Vermont, and it will be compared to the Flint, Michigan water crisis. A horrible public policy decision was made, and people are being harmed. You can't see it, but it's happening. Just because no one is monitoring the health impacts of the F-35 basing decision doesn't mean it's not hurting people. I urge you to do the right thing and use whatever power you have to put an end to this ongoing public health disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. We next have Peter Bingham, to be followed by Ken White.
Thank you. Thanks for your work. I'm Peter Bingham, and I am the lead in the Division of Pediatric Neurology up the hill at the University of Vermont Medical Center, although I speak for myself and not for the institution where I work. The American Public Health Association recognizes noise as a major public health hazard, and I agree with the points that have been made this evening from others about health effects of noise. Noise is an environmental pollutant. About 40 or 50 years ago, our nation and our communities were in an entirely similar position relative to lead. And I think your decision in front of you about supporting this resolution about the F-35 would be analogous to maybe we should allow enough lead poisoning and exposure for children to have a level of 20 or 30 micrograms per deciliter. That, I believe, is the decision that you're looking at. And it's not just about hearing, but it's about heart disease, blood pressure, depression, suicide, attention deficit, children's learning and reading. The Boston Public Health Commission set standards that anything over 70 decibels is unreasonable, and here we are talking about exposures well over 100 decibels. Maybe we feel we've gotten used to, it's just temporary. It comes and goes, there it is, I know, I can block my ears. That in no way addresses the strong epidemiological evidence that shows a dose-response effect with a, say, 3.5% risk of hospitalization for cardiovascular disease with each 10 decibels. So I feel like you're looking at, if you know somebody who wouldn't support this resolution, it's like asking yourself, the sentences will be done a few seconds after my time. What is it like? How do I decide that risking people's health, that it's worth supporting F-35? How can you justify that?
Thank you. We next have Ken White, to be followed by Bruce Wilson. And I will ask that folks please hold their applause.
Hello, I'm Ken White. I'm the pastor of College Street Congregational Church, right down the block the other side from Fletcher Free Library. I've been the pastor there for 10 years and love this town and deeply invested in its well-being, which made the dream I had the other night so much more heartbreaking. Because in my dream, I was walking and surrounded by 10 homeless folks who asked me a simple question: what are you going to do for us? And I don't know, and I don't think any of us know, but the only answer my dream self gave was, I don't know, but this town is going to kill you. And I thought about where that dream came from, and it comes from a lot of places. The fact that every day, multiple times a day, I'm asking people to leave our property, people who are desperate, and people who are suffering, and people who are good and made in the image of God, but people who are engaging in behaviors that are antisocial and self-destructive and unsafe. Some of it came from the fact that drug dealers have pulled up at 9 a.m. into our Head Start parking lot and started dealing out the window in our church space. Some of it came from the fact that I'm hearing from other pastors who talk to other homeless folks about the increase in sexual violence that happens among homeless women as I go to my home. Some of it came from the fact that a local pastor told me about an individual who was very unwell, who threatened their life and the life of their congregation. Police came, and then that individual was released. That individual was also released 4 times this weekend. Part of it came from a conversation I had with a mom of a child who goes to UVM and had to tell her she needs to take her child away from here because he was at risk of falling into this trap. We need to help. We need safe encampments and OPC sites, but we also need constraints on behaviors. We need to protect people from antisocial and self-destructive behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We next have Bruce Wilson, to be followed by Megan Emery. Just so folks know, that we'll then go to James Lees, Jean Saisani, Michael, and Irene Carubo Webster. And then I do now see Mary Fillmore online, so we'll go back online after that. And there were 2 additional folks, a Burlington resident and non-Burlington resident, who signed up more recently, and we'll turn to those folks then. So Bruce, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, city councilors, for serving the people in your wards. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, for being Honorable Mayor. So I'm Bruce Wilson, and a lot of people want to know who's, a person who looks like me, what's good. So I'm also the Human Rights Commissioner for the state of Vermont, and a lot of boards and commissions that I sit on. You can Google my name if you're interested, Bruce Wilson. And so what I'm here to talk about is our Art So Wonderful program, which has been around Vermont and particularly created in Burlington since 2003. It was founded, and as I'm a founding member of the Community Justice Center, it was founded to help combat graffiti and replace it with murals. And so all the murals, 60% of the murals are through Art So Wonderful. You see around town, CASW, that's Art So Wonderful. And so, first of all, I want to thank people who supported Art So Wonderful. Honorable Joan Shannon, thank you so much for supporting our programs. We really needed the funds to get materials to continue to do the work we do. I want to thank Church Street Commissioner Romeo Herman in Ward 6. Also want to thank the City of Burlington, Mayor's Office and REIB for helping us put that incredible mural you see across the street for our Juneteenth event and graffiti cleanup. And so basically what I'm saying is that it's still a lot of work to do. A lot of the graffiti we clean up, which is partly mostly around Chittenden County, but we do in other cities, are mostly downtown Burlington. And so we need help with materials, paint, and finances. And you can look us up on artsowonderful.com. And so about the F-35s, I live in Winooski, right a couple blocks from the river. And thank God for those, thank my higher power for those F-35s. Because if something come down, I love them to be there where they can scramble and save us in Vermont first. I don't say first, but they can save us. One other thing, no, I didn't hear nothing from.
Thank you, Bruce.
One other thing, well, I didn't hear nothing when the F-16s were there.
Thank you, Bruce. We next have Megan Emery, to be followed by James Marklees.
Hi, and thank you. My name is Megan Emery of South Burlington. I'm a former city councilor, and the last time I was here was in 2017 with a colleague, Tim Barrett, asking for a place at the table to talk about noise abatement at the airport. Just a little history first. 2018 is when 55% of Burlington voters passed non-binding referendum to ask you to stop and halt the basing. The mayor, unfortunately, did not sign that resolution. 2019, they arrived, and I would bet you that there are more than 55% of Burlington voters ready to ask you to have a change in mission. I know that has been a change of heart that has gone all the way up to the federal government. So I know the position you're in. I know the oaths of office that you've taken. I know your important role as local elected leaders. I know the importance of data-driven decisions. A lot of people have talked about the WHO report and other data that's at your disposal. I'm here also to talk about the human side and the impact on people. Just like you do going through the neighborhoods when you do your campaigns, I did that for years. Prior to actually seeing people in tears once the aircraft arrived, when the F-16s were here, after they changed out the engines, I had my 3-year-old daughter taking her to preschool in a princess costume on Halloween, just melt in the driveway of her preschool because we were under the flight path of those F-16s, so before the F-35s. Once the F-35s arrived and I go door to door, right next to the airport, that's where I live, and I'm glad to be here representing that district, people were in tears, talking about the tremors that they felt when those planes took off.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
We next have James Marklees, to be followed by Jean Cesani.
Thank you. I hope you'll vote for this resolution. I think it's very important for the people The F-35 was not designed for city life. It was designed for anything but city life. It was designed for supersonic speed, for extremely fast maneuvering. It was not designed for mixing with populated areas. And it's the FAA, it was the FAA that long ago established rules prohibiting aircraft at this kind of a noise level. And as a result of those rules, more than 90% of the people who are living in noise zones like the one of the F-35 no longer do, because aircraft have improved. They're much more silent than when I grew up in the flight path of Idlewild, now JFK Airport. This is not just harmful, it's criminal. If this was a civilian aircraft, it would have long been banned. The Vermont Constitution requires us to make the military subordinate to civilian rule. And that means put the interests of the civilians ahead of the military. You can't trust the military to put the interests of the civilians first. So I hope you'll support this resolution and that we can all get together to promote the interests of the people, especially the children, who are most affected by this horror. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Jean Cesani, to be followed by Michael and Irene Carubo-Webster.
Good evening. My name is Jean Cesani, and I am from Winooski. And for 27 years, I was a Section 8 inspector for Vermont State Housing Authority. I can say firsthand that there is a crisis in affordable housing, if you had not heard. In 2012, I learned of the harm of an F-35 basing, and years later became one of 11 women to read 68,000 pages of communication from the U.S. Air Force administrative record revealing the lies and deception used to win the basing in this area. And we have a report, if you need it, at the request, so you can see copies of that communication. It's appalling. You were sent a video, each of you today, of a hearing of the Armed Services Committee with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, stating that only 29% of the F-35s are mission capable. 29%. That leaves close to 71% that aren't capable. Congressman Matt Gaetz' retort when he heard this is, this F-35 is an expensive paperweight. Just own it. This he said to the Defense Secretary. Tonight, I'm not going to lecture you on the damage to tiny ear canals or the impact on children's cognitive learning or the anxiety to new Americans from war-torn countries or vets with PTSD or losses in raised affordable housing or tax dollars, but it's all important. There have been 6 F-35 crashes and several mechanicals. Hundreds of missions take off and land every month here in this area when crashes are most likely to happen. Over our most densely populated area. Is a crash going to occur on your watch? Will you remain inactive? I'm leaving you a gift from Einstein. This is mine. It says the world will not be destroyed
to wrap up.
by evil, but by those who watch by doing nothing.
Thank you. Thank you. And I ask that folks please hold their applause. We next have Michael and Irene Carubo-Webster. And just to confirm, are both of you speaking together in 2 minutes, or would each of you like to have up to 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So each of you will have up to 2 minutes. I assume you are Irene.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm Kerubo, and today I am speaking as a concerned community member, not in my professional capacity because I do work with refugees, asylum seekers, and others. However, my work as a community outreach worker and advocate has given me a deep understanding of the struggles and resilience of those who have fled unimaginable horrors in search of a better life. Our refugee neighbors come here seeking safety, carrying with them hopes and dreams of a fresh start, a place where their children can grow up free from fear. But it's a cruel irony that some are resettled in areas where the thunderous roar of F-35 jets can reignite the trauma they hoped to have left behind. These sounds are more than just noise. They are echoes of the past, painful reminders of war and violence that shatter the fragile sense of peace they are trying to rebuild. I've sat with mothers who cover their children's ears, trying to shield them from the noise, knowing all too well that the terror it brings is not just the sound, but in the memories it drags back to the surface. I have seen fathers who flinch at the roar overhead, their eyes clouded with the shadows of a life they thought they had escaped. That is why I fully support the resolution and the effort to address the excessive F-35 noise. These measures are not just about reducing noise, they are about restoring dignity. They're about restoring a sense of safety for every human being. It's about giving our refugee members a chance.
Thank you, Karubo. Okay, and I understand folks are supportive of the folks at the table, but our rules require that folks hold their applause, so thank you. Michael, we'll give you 2 minutes now.
Okay. Well, first I'd like to thank the council for talking about this resolution, and Councilor Bergman for bringing it up. I think it's well thought out. If you look around America at bases where fighter jets are based, you'll see that the base size is much, much larger than the Burlington Airport, and the result is that they're not flying directly over the community. We live in Winooski, and yeah, I can see we do sound 120 decibels easily. In the cold, it's even louder, and it hurts. As a veteran, yeah, and people with PTSD, it hurts. I would just ask that this council support the effort, and thank you for being a good neighbor, because it's really the flight path of Winooski. We're like directly under it on Mansion Street that suffers. Thank you for being a good neighbor and addressing what's harmed to Vermont residents, and trying to remedy that harm with a thoughtful solution that might even result in more jobs and a better mission that's better for the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. As I mentioned before, we will now turn back onto Zoom. We have one Burlington resident, Mary Fillmore, who I now see online. And Mary, you should be able to go ahead and unmute yourself. Then, following Mary, we'll return to Contoys for Tatiana Repnikova, then to be followed by Ben Cohen. Mary, thank you. You should be able to go ahead now.
Thanks very much. I'm sorry, I had some technical problems. Over the 15 years that I've lived within 2 miles of the airport and have suffered the same effects that others have described of the F-35, I've tried to inform myself about them and what they mean for human beings. Of all the many, many articles I've read, one study stands out among all the others, and I would like to read you as much as I can of a brief report on it from the Cornell University Chronicle. The title is, "Airport Noise is Harmful to the Health and Well-Being of Children and May Cause Lifelong Problems, Cornell's Study Shows." And the text is as follows. The constant roar from jet aircraft can seriously affect the health and psychological well-being of children, according to a new Cornell study. The health problems resulting from chronic airport noise, including higher blood pressure and boosted levels of stress hormones, the researchers say, may have lifelong effects. Now they're quoting. This study is probably the most definitive proof that noise causes stress and is harmful to humans, says Gary Evans, a professor of design and environmental analysis in Cornell's College of Human Ecology. This is, he says, the first longitudinal study of noise in human beings to look at the same group of individuals before and after noise pollution. Other studies have been cross-sectional, comparing people who exposed to noise to well-matched controls who were not. Evans, an environmental psychologist and international expert on environmental stress, and his German and Swedish colleagues reported their findings in Psychological Science, published by the American Psychological Association. The researchers looked at 217 third and
Mary,
fourth...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are at 2 minutes. If you could please just wrap up.
Yes, I will. They compared what happened to the kids before and after, and they found levels of stress hormones and blood pressure that will predispose them to have those problems for the rest of their lives.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. Appreciate it. We will now return here to City Hall, and as I mentioned before, we will ask for Tatiana Repnikova to come up, who will be followed by Ben Cohen.
Good evening. I'm Tatiana Repnikova. I'm resident of Burlington City. I came from Latvia, and I hope I represent some immigrants, but I came many years ago. And I want to thank you for being brave, for being understanding, for supporting, for creating this resolution, and giving us hope that after so many years, I think we started fighting F-35 maybe 12 years ago, and I was one of the first people to join this movement. And I hope, now we have hope, you know, and I am really thanking you for that. And let's put people above everything else, above military industrial complex, above everything else. We are people, and you will leave history. You will change your life if you support this resolution, because you will make big change for many people, 6,000 people, 5,000 children, and more coming, okay? And so I'm really thankful for that and very hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last speaker that we have signed up for public forum is Ben Cohen.
Hello, thanks for the opportunity. You know, the F-35 is a plane that John McCain, normally the best cheerleader ever for the military, called a scandal and a tragedy. And one of the prior speakers talked about its very low operational rate. It's the most expensive weapon system that the U.S. has ever had. And it is a poster child for all that's wrong with the military-industrial complex. You know, we in Burlington or in Williston hear the jet blast of the F-35 and we think it's awful. But we are not in the high noise area. I am appalled at the unfairness of Burlington allowing its airport to be used to operate aircraft that oppresses new Americans and low-income residents of our neighboring towns in Winooski and South Burlington. I think the city of Burlington has a responsibility, as long as they're going to locate their property in another town, to take care of the people who live in those towns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will go ahead now and close public forum at 7:37 p.m. And I appreciate everyone who participated here in person and online. Having closed public forum, we will turn to item 4 on our agenda, which is climate emergency reports. Is there any councilor or the mayor with a climate emergency report? The next item on our agenda is item 5, which is public health and safety emergency updates. Is there any counselor or the mayor with a public health and safety emergency update, noting that we do have a deliberative item dedicated to community safety as well? Any counselors to speak on this item? Counselor Grant.
I just wanted to say, normally on the 15th of the month would have been the date that we would have a public safety committee meeting, but on that day falls the first public hearing on the proposed charter amendment. And we'll be talking about the ballot language later on. So I just want to make people aware of that, and hopefully people will watch that or participate in it. Information available on the City of Burlington's website by clicking on calendar and going to the 15th. And then the second hearing will be on the 6th. And I'm working on trying to reschedule the Public Safety Committee meeting for the month of August. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Counselor Grant. Is there any other counselor or the mayor with a public health and safety emergency update? Counselor Shannon.
Thank you. I just want to note the press release that we received over the weekend regarding an individual who burglarized Burlington City Arts, violated his conditions of release, was arrested by the Burlington Police Department and released on conditions, only to then proceed to be in violation of other trespass orders, be apprehended again and released again. And then sorry, I'm looking at this, was interrupting Mass at the Cathedral of St. Joseph's and violating an active trespass order. The caller identified the male as the same person with whom the caller was familiar from multiple prior negative encounters. Officers arrived on scene, located him, apprehended him, and he was again released. Our community isn't safe when our judicial system seems to be unable to hold somebody accountable and protect our community. When there are these imminent threats and repeated violations of conditions of release, only to be answered with more conditions of release. It's very concerning to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Shannon. Any other counselors with a public health and safety emergency update? Counselor Grant, is there a further update? We won't use this to engage in a back and forth.
No, but I do think it's important.
Counselor Grant, I'm sorry, this isn't an opportunity for back and forth.
Well,
This is a period.
this is
an opportunity
a
for updates.
suggestion. I'm not doing a back and forth. You're making an assumption
Okay.
that is baseless. Thank you. I would like to recommend a future item where we discuss the laws in the state of Vermont around bail and answer questions that frequently come up in the community around why people are released. May not necessarily make people feel better, but I think it's important to educate people with regards to this. It is something that I've asked for in the past. We haven't made it happen. I think it is crucial that we do. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. That was directly responsive to Counselor Shannon's comments, but thank you for the update. We'll now move to item 6, which is the consent agenda. Is there a motion from any counselor on the consent agenda? You move to adopt and the consent agenda to take the actions indicated? Okay, thank you, Counselor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Counselor Barlow. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda carries unanimously. We'll now turn to the deliberative agenda, just a little roadmap for the rest of the meeting here. We do have 3 other meetings that the council needs to convene, one for the Local Control Commission, another for the Board of Civil Authority, and a third for the City Council with Mayor presiding. We had warned the first of those meetings for 8 p.m., so we will take the first couple deliberative items here, and then when we hit 8 p.m., we will turn to those three other meetings, the Local Control Commission, the Board of Civil Authority, and the City Council with Mayor presiding in order. Turning to the deliberative agenda, though, our first item is item 7.1. It's a resolution in remembrance of a man who wore many hats here in Burlington, including that of City Council President, who's William Bill Keogh Sr. And Councilor Shannon, could I turn to you for a motion on this resolution?
Thank you, President Travers. I move to adopt the resolution, ask that it be shared with Councilor and former President Keogh's family, and ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Councilor Litwin. Councilor Shannon, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to read the resolution. That whereas William Bill Keogh has passed away at the age of 93 years, and whereas Bill Keogh was a lifelong Burlingtonian with tremendous love for this city and boundless energy to constantly attempt to improve it, and whereas Bill maintained fantastic athleticism from his high school teams to his adult life, playing organized basketball in his 80s and also being a dedicated runner and bicyclist. And whereas Bill brought the same energy and enthusiasm to his service to the city, serving it for more than 60 years in such capacities as Superintendent of the Parks Department, member and chair of this City Council, member of the city's Board of Finance, member and chair of our Airport Commission, representative from Burlington to the Vermont House of Representatives, and reporter of city activities. And whereas throughout his long life, Bill never lost his humility, his abundant sense of humor, and his abiding interests in the affairs of this city, his state, and his country. Sorry. And whereas Bill was a constant and continuous friend to all those he encountered along life's pathway, including those whose political beliefs were different than his, Blue Dog Democrat persuasion. And whereas Bill was always able to maintain his sense of humor even when having serious discussions of matters of significant consequence throughout his life of service. And whereas above all else, Bill was dedicated and loyal to his children and family, and most prideful of their accomplishments in his life. And whereas it seemed to this city council that Bill would always be among us doing good work on behalf of this city. Now therefore be it resolved that the city's mayor, Emma Mulvaney-Stanek, and the city council express both their most sincere thanks and appreciation to Bill's family for Bill's incredible service to Burlington, and its most sincere condolences of all Bill's friends and family on Bill's passing. And I'd ask for a moment of silence before the vote. I just also want to recognize how often Bill texted many of us at this table during our city council meetings, particularly you, President Travers, and me, with commentary really up until about the last 6 months.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon, for those moving words. Any other councilors wish to be recognized on this motion? Mayor.
Thank you, Council President Travers. And I really want to thank Councilor Shannon. She and I think, are the only ones here in the room who served with former Councilor President Bill Keogh when I was a baby city councilor many years ago. And I have to say he was my council president during my time on the council, and as someone who at one point was the only progressive on a body of 14, there were more of us back then, he was very accommodating and kind, and was a mentor to everyone of every political party, and I think it's important. And again, I want to appreciate Councilor Shannon reading the whole resolution to make sure folks today, especially this generation, know how many years, decades of public service Bill Keogh offered the city of Burlington. And that is no small measure in this town. which is a very engaged town, to not only do this on a local level, but on a state level. And I really want to honor his service to the city. And again, his kindness, his mentorship, he even let me run a city council meeting once in his absence. So I really honor his work for the city, and I appreciate the resolution tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized on this motion? All right, I will just briefly take some liberty here. I want to thank you, Attorney McNeil, who took the original initiative in drafting this resolution. I know that when you previously served as city attorney that you worked very closely with Bill. I had the opportunity to serve with him on the Ward 5 NPA Steering Committee. I think any one of us would be very lucky to have Bill's 93 years, but given where he was, even at age 93, it still feels too soon for Bill Keogh. I think this is probably the first city council meeting in decades, or at least one of them, to which Bill Keogh is not tuned into, and I echo your thanks and gratitude for the mentorship that he provided both to you, Councilor Shannon, and to you, Mayor. It was something that I was lucky enough to have as well. So appreciate the efforts here and appreciate this resolution coming forward, and think that it's in the right place as the first item on our deliberative agenda. Are there any other comments from councilors on this matter? Seeing none, we will then go to a vote. All in favor of the resolution as read by Councilor Shannon, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And again, thank you to Bill Keogh for his years of service to the city. That then takes us to item 7.2 on our agenda, which is an indoor entertainment permit application. Councilor Shannon, you are the chair of the License Committee, and I would typically turn to you. Are you prepared for this motion?
Oh, well, this may be the weepiest license motion we've had. Give me a minute to get to where the motions are, because they aren't showing up here right now. Somebody else has
I'm happy to read it off as well, Councilor
Okay, that would be
Shannon.
great, thanks.
Item 7.2, the recommended action is to approve the 2024-2025 indoor entertainment permit application for Tap House and Beer Garden at 160 Flynn Avenue, Suite 1, with all standard conditions.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Broderick. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Item 7.3, a related matter, the recommended action is to approve the 2024-2025 outdoor entertainment permit application for Tap House and Beer Garden, 160 Flynn Avenue, Suite 1, with all standard conditions.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councilor Broderick. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. We will now go to item 7.4, and then after that, we will break to turn to the other meetings that I referred to. Item 7.4 is a resolution regarding the November 5th, 2024 special city meeting and the issuance of revenue bonds for Burlington Electric Department. I believe that we have some representatives from BED here.
Good evening. We are going to be moving through some slides this evening about the revenue bond proposal and doing so as expeditiously as we can, respecting that the council has a full agenda. Darren Springer, General Manager with Burlington Electric Department, joined by my colleague.
Emily Stebbins-Wheelock, CFO and Manager of Strategy and Innovation.
And we're going to pull up those slides in just a moment here. Wanted to thank the Electric Commission and the Board of Finance for their recommendation and approval for this proposal to put a revenue bond question on the November ballot. And I think we're going to start off by just covering a couple of the basics and then jump into the proposal. So I'll turn it over to Emily.
Thank you. Good evening. So just starting with a little bit of background, BED has authorization under the city charter and a general bond resolution approved by the Board of Electric Commissioners to issue revenue bonds if such issuance is approved by a vote of a majority of Burlington voters. So we're here tonight to seek your approval to put a question to the voters for a new revenue bond. Any BED revenue bonds are payable solely from electric department revenues. They do not affect the city's general fund. They do not are not repaid from property taxes and have no impact on property taxes. And any revenue bond debt is an obligation solely of the electric department. It is not, they are not backed by the full faith and credit of the city. Therefore, they don't affect the city's debt policy or debt ratio. As some of you may know, we have used this borrowing authority several times in the past to fund projects such as the construction of McNeil, the formation of our energy efficiency utility, the funding of our smart grid infrastructure, purchasing Winooski 1 Hydro, and most recently our 2022 net zero energy revenue bond that Darren will now talk about.
So speaking about the 22 net zero energy revenue bond, we took that to voters in December of 2021. They approved with approximately 70% in support, and we issued that bond in April of 2022. And at the time we said that was really a $40 million proposal. We did the first tranche at $20 million, and we expected to come back to the community for an additional $20 million to accelerate our progress towards our net zero energy goal, towards our climate goals, invest in reliability, and do so in a financially responsible way. We have spent $11.7 million of the 22 revenue bond as of the early part of FY25, and we expect with the FY25 budget to utilize the remainder of it through our capital programs. And as you can see here, we've invested primarily in strategic electrification. We took our electric grid from 77 megawatts to 80 megawatts through the projects in the revenue bond. We've invested in a number of different technology systems that are helping us to give customers more information about their energy use, to create dynamic rates, to help make peak reduction possible, to help make it more affordable for people to go electric and switch from fossil fuels to electric. We've invested in EV charging infrastructure, including the first modern fast charger in our public charging network, which is located at 585 Pine Street. We have another one that'll be in the Marketplace Garage, getting ready to be energized. And we've supported a number of different investments, including in our own fleet. We got our first all-electric bucket truck in the entire state for our line crew, in part with funds from the revenue bond matching state grant funds. We've seen that this is a really important piece with the revenue bond, is that we have matching funds available. When we go for state and federal grants, we actually have the resources to help match that. That's a lesson learned through the 22 bond and would certainly be applicable for the new bond, which I think we're going to talk about right now, or in a moment.
So the next few slides we're going to go through quickly, just out of respect for time. This is covered in the memo, and we covered it at the Board of Finance as well. But they're intended to answer the question, we just borrowed $20 million in 2022. Why do we need additional investment now? So this slide is sort of showing that if you aim to have an annual capital investment higher than your annual depreciation as a rule of thumb, we have not achieved that in most of the past 10 years. And really, you should be investing in your physical plant at a number higher than your annual depreciation to reflect the fact that due to inflation, future replacements of things that are worn out are going to cost more in today's dollars. The second slide, the second reason that this slide is trying to illustrate is that as inflation has increased, as capital projects have become more expensive, the contribution of our annual GO bond authorization that we have under city charter for $3 million, it just doesn't go very far anymore. So that number is static. It used to cover a good part of our capital budget every year. As that capital projection has grown, The GO bond has not. And that's something we've been in discussions with the city. We understand that's a larger topic potentially to look at the GO funding, but you can see the forecasted capital needs through FY29 and the contribution of the $3 million GO bond.
So now, we're going to talk about the new bond proposal. This is an incredibly exciting proposal to accelerate our progress even more on climate, do so in a financially responsible way, continue the reliability that Burlingtonians expect, that we know just from this last weekend of storms and all the work we had to do to bring customers back online. We know folks care a lot about being reliable in the city, getting power restored quickly. This bond will make a significant investment in our distribution system. In fact, as you go through the memo and the project numbers, the vast, vast majority of the funds proposed are to invest in the electric grid, taking us from that 80 megawatts I mentioned earlier to 90 megawatts against a peak currently of 65 in the summer. That gives us significant headroom to continue to electrify, add more EVs, heat pumps, geothermal, e-buses, you name it, to our system, and also to accommodate economic growth that may occur in the city. That's really important. We'll also be ensuring that the system continues to be reliable. We have some investments in our renewable plants, particularly FERC relicensing for Winooski 1, which is a pretty detailed process. We also have in here investment in the wood chip dryer, which is an efficiency measure for McNeil that was called for in the district energy resolution. And we have engineering funds for that in our FY25 approved budget. This would be for the capital to actually make that investment. And very exciting in my mind, helping us to convert our own fleet, continue to convert to electric. This revenue bond would support 10 new electric vehicles for Burlington Electric to switch from fossil fuel vehicles and older vehicles to EVs. It also has funds to match for a second all-electric bucket truck to add to our fleet if we're successful in getting an additional grant, and an electric forklift, and a really significant investment in EV charging. 88 new EV charging stations, 38 of those fast charging stations. For reference, we currently have 2 fast charging stations in the city. And this is without even being successful in seeking grants, which we know could further increase our capacity to add to those chargers. This also may include additional level 2 chargers, neighborhood chargers, really make it as much as possible affordable and convenient for anybody in the city to have an electric vehicle and have places to charge it. So we're really excited to bring this forward for all of those reasons, as well as the financial reasons that Emily mentioned earlier. And let's go through this, and then we'll talk about the rates.
Yeah, so this just takes the projects that Darren mentioned and just talked to you on the previous slides and shows the sort of projected spending in those categories over the 3 to 3.5 year period of the bond. The reason that this totals up to more than $20 million is because we'd have a partial year of spending probably in FY29. So FY29 is the full project cost, but we obviously would spend no more than the $20 million that would be authorized. And then I'll go briefly over this one. This shows the debt service schedule of our existing revenue bonds that we've already issued and kind of when maturities hit and when our debt service payments fall off over time as those bonds mature. And then this, which is also covered in the memo, the ballot question, I think as it's written in the resolution, allows the city to determine the timing and the issuance, the number of issuances. So we'd be seeking authority up to 20 million, and then we would work with bond counsel and our financial advisors to determine the best timing for that issuance, watching the interest rate environment carefully, of course, and whether we think would be more advantageous to do a single $20 million issuance or maybe 2 $10 million issuances, for example. This is sort of a pro forma debt service schedule for what one issuance might look like compared to 2 issuances with some assumptions about timing and interest rates.
So critically important slide here. And again, just to reiterate, this bond does not affect property taxes, does not affect property taxpayers, does not affect the general fund, but it is a ratepayer obligation. One of the reasons we're bringing it forward is to help reduce near-term rate pressure. We've been able to lower our rate increases from the high that we saw coming out of the pandemic but we see this as an opportunity to further moderate our rate need. So here you can see the projected FY26, what we call rate pressure. It's not a rate case. There are a lot of things go into a rate case, but this is the upward pressure on rates we would see with and without the revenue bond, assuming we want to fund all of the capital projects that we're talking about, assuming we want to maintain the 120 days cash on hand metric for our Moody's financial credit rating. You can see without the bond, we would be facing a double-digit upward pressure to be able to generate all that funding from cash, whereas with the bond, we have a very moderate 2% upward pressure. So this is an opportunity to invest in our system and reduce near-term rate pressure. We think that's a good opportunity for our customers, and it's one of the reasons why we're bringing this forward at this point in time.
And I think this is our last slide, just to show where we are in terms of our debt ratio, which is one of the metrics that Moody's tracks for us on our scorecard for our credit opinion. This is modeled with a $20 million issuance happening in FY26. So you can see that there is an impact, but it's a slight impact, and that this is generally, even with that issuance, a relatively stable picture for our debt ratio.
And just want to thank the mayor's office, the mayor's CAO, city attorney's office, our bond counsel, Thomas Maloney, for helping us to bring this forward this evening. We're glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Darren. Before we turn to councilors for any questions or comments on the matter, Councilor Barlow, could I turn to you as chair of the TUC for a motion on the item?
Yes, just let me get it up. I was in the presentation. Sorry. You have it right there? That's not the motion.
It's just to waive the reading and adopt the resolution.
Yeah, I move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there a second to the motion? Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Barlow, do you wish for the floor back?
I do not.
Okay. Are there any councilors that would like the floor for any questions or comments? Councilor Litwin.
I will ask the very easiest question you'll get. And you answered this in your presentation, but for the benefit of the public who's watching, I just was hoping, I think the first thing that people will wonder who don't have time to watch this presentation, and there's a whole bunch of like high-level language and complexities to it. What will happen to folks' electricity rates with the bond and without the bond? If you could just reiterate that in a clear and simple way.
Absolutely. So our projection is with the bond, we see a reduction in the rate pressure near term. We're able to moderate our rate increases near term. Without the bond, if we wanted to do all of these projects, maintain our financial metrics, we would see significantly higher rate pressure. So this is, all things equal, a very good thing for electric ratepayers and customers.
And so will folks be ultimately voting on what if they didn't support the projects? So if you could speak to that so that the voters know when they go forward. Yeah.
I think if the bond proposal didn't advance, what we would see is one of a couple things. We either would not be able to invest in our system at a level that I think Burlingtonians expect for reliability, but also for climate action. So we would face some challenges there from a capital standpoint. We also would then, probably have to reduce significantly our overall capital budget, or we would have to increase rates significantly in order to fund those projects. So it's really timely to have this investment. It's really the second half of an investment we started in 2022 to be able to take us through the end of the decade, invest in our system, and really see rate pressure benefit there, lower rate pressure than we would see otherwise.
Thanks. And I would just encourage you to work with, I know you have Memo in your office, to work with how to communicate some of these concepts with all members of our community. So
certainly.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Any other councilors wish to be recognized on this motion? All right, seeing no one, then we will go to a vote. All in favor of the motion made by Councilor Barlow, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much for being here. Our next item will be item 7.5 regarding the Champlain Parkway project, but as I mentioned, it is now 8:07 p.m., and so we will briefly recess the city council meeting at 8:07 p.m. And we will now convene the meeting of the Local Control Commission at 8:07 p.m. And the first item on our agenda for the Local Control Commission is a motion to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion along those lines?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Shannon. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Grant. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We have our agenda. There are 3 items on our deliberative agenda. Commissioner Shannon, as Chair of the License Committee, could I turn to you on these items?
Yes, I move to approve the 2024-2025 first and third class liquor license applications for Lunig's Bistro at 115 Church Street, contingent upon fire marshal approval and with all standard conditions. Did you want me to move the next one too as kind of together, or?
Why don't we take them one at a time, because that's the way that they're listed on the agenda. So thank you for that motion on item 2.1. Commissioner Shannon, is there a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Broderick. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We'll go to item 2.2. Commissioner Shannon.
Move to approve the 2024-2025 outside consumption permit application for Lunig's Bistro, 115 Church Street, with the following condition: Church Street Marketplace Commission approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Shannon. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Grant. Any discussion? We will go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And then finally, item 2.3, Commissioner Shannon.
Move to approve the 2024-2025 second-class liquor license application for Little Istanbul, Burlington LLC, 99 Church Street, with all standard conditions.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Grant. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously. We will now recess the Local Control Commission, or we will, seeing no other business, we will adjourn the Local Control Commission meeting at 8:09 p.m., absent objection. And we will now convene a meeting of the Board of Civil Authority at 8:09 p.m. The first item on the Board of Civil Authority agenda is a motion to adopt the agenda. Is there a motion along those lines?
Move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We have our agenda. The only item on the Board of Civil Authority agenda is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated? Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Seeing no other business before the Board of Civil Authority, we will adjourn that meeting at 8:10 p.m. And that now brings us to the City Council with Mayor presiding. Mayor, if you're ready for that, I will turn the floor to you.
Thank you very much. I am ready. And I will call to order the City Council meeting with Mayor presiding at, I can't see the clock from here, so 8:10 p.m. Our first item is the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Councilor Travers. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Any discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And now I'm going to read a script, which is not what I usually do, but this is what the city attorney's recommended. So we will now move to item number 2. I'll try to make this sound really interesting. Number 2.1, the proposed condemnation of a proposed parcel of 0.08 acres of land, more or less, owned by the University of Vermont at 1 South Prospect Road in the city of Burlington. Earlier this evening, the City Council approved a land swap agreement with UVM whereby the parties will exchange parcels of property located at the same intersection. UVM agrees to purchase land owned by the city underlying one of its buildings at the same intersection, comprising of 0.2 acres in size, for which UVM has agreed to pay $182,469. The parties have agreed that the value of the 0.08 acre parcel of the city proposes to take is worth $69,489, which will be received by UVM as a credit against the amount due to the city, so that UVM will actually pay only $112,980 to acquire the 0.2 acre parcel from the city. The parties have agreed that the city will acquire the UVM parcel by condemnation pursuant to 24 VSA Chapter 77 because UVM is unable to sell the parcel to the city due to an issue of legal nonconformity. However, the city needs the parcel for public use for a proposed project to align the streets at the subject intersection, as explained in the staff report. This item is the last step in formalizing the parties' agreement. Pursuant to 24 VSA Chapter 77, we will now hold a hearing on the proposed condemnation. UVM has been given or has waived notice of the hearing as required by law. After we conduct the hearing, I will ask for a motion to approve the proposed resolution that is before you, determining to condemn the subject property, setting its value, and finding that public necessity for the condemnation exists. The certified resolution and its attachments, which will include the parties' land swap agreement and the staff memo for this item, will constitute the record of this proceeding to be filed in land records. Unless there are any questions for me or for staff on this item, I will now open the public hearing. Are there any questions from councilors? Seeing none, I will now open the public hearing. I don't have a gavel. Thank you for the assist. We will allow up to 2 minutes per speaker, if there are any speakers, and I will refer speakers to the guidelines that the President of the City Council gave for public comment earlier this evening during the beginning of the City Council meeting. Is there anyone here or online on behalf of the property owner who would like to be heard on this item? Dramatic pause. Okay. Is there anyone online? CAO? Okay, so there's no member in the public of the public in the auditorium. There's no one online. Okay, so hearing no requests for the public hearing, it is hereby closed. That's the gavel cue. Okay, moving right along. Thank you very much. Before we take the motion to approve the proposed resolution, are there any city council members who would like to speak to this item? Okay, I will now entertain a motion. The motion would be to approve the proposed resolution condemning the subject property, setting the amount of compensation as described in the agreement you approved earlier this evening, and making a finding of public necessity for the reasons stated in the staff memo. Is there such a motion? So moved. Moved by Councilor Bergman. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Shannon's hand I saw first. Thank you. And now we will vote. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and, well, did I have to do a roll call on that? Okay, great, I did it correctly. And with that, that is our only deliberative item, and so with that, I adjourn the City Council meeting with Mayor presiding at 8:15 p.m.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We will then resume the City Council meeting at 8:15 p.m., and that takes us to item 7.5, the Champlain Parkway Project Final Construction Award, award authorization and public process. We have DPW Director Chapin Spencer and other individuals here from DPW. Director Spencer, I suppose we'll turn the floor to you first for a presentation, then we'll go to Councilor Barlow for a motion, and then we'll open the floor to any questions or comments from councilors. Thank you.
Thank you, President Travers. Thank you to the full City Council. Tonight, we're seeking your support to execute a $14.4 million final construction contract for the Champlain Parkway. With me this evening is Public Works Senior Engineer Corey Mims, who's the project manager, and Michelle Boomhauer, who's the Director of Policy Planning and Intermodal Development for VTrans. And I want to thank them and our broad team on this project, our federal and state partners, staff, consultants, and contractors who've brought us here tonight. Through multiple administrations, through multiple city councils, we've transformed an outdated plan and for an outdated plan for a high-speed highway and transformed it into a multimodal 25-mile-an-hour city street with robust green infrastructure. Thanks to the council, we've had extensive conversations leading up to tonight. We were in front of you February 12th with an update on the South End Construction Coordination Plan, June 10th with an update on the Parkway, and then July 22nd with the Transportation, Energy, and Utilities Committee. And a number of you have answered my offers for conversations where we've been able to further discuss the project. I want to ensure you that DPW is here to continue to get hard projects done and to get them done right. Together with our partners at V-Trans and with the feds, just in the last few years, we have completed the Shelburne Street Roundabout, Amtrak to Burlington, complete streets on North Winooski Avenue as part of our paving work. And these projects, once completed, have had monitoring operations, we've gotten public feedback, and we've determined whether any adjustments are needed. It's our standard operation, and we are going to do that here as well. I understand there was some interest in codifying our follow-up on this project in tonight's motion. If the council wants to bring forward additional language, staff can accept it, as it will reinforce what we are planning to do already. There will be impacts on this project, especially during the construction phase. We'll continue to support public engagement through the process and work to reduce the impacts to the extent we can. We will get this job done right. Yes, tonight is a milestone for this generational project, but I also want to say it's a milestone for what lies ahead. This project has taken up too much bandwidth in the city over many decades. There are projects that I know each and every one of you wants to advance to really move Burlington forward to the future. Getting this project done and out of the way opens up the door for us to bring in a suite of new projects. With that, I want to turn it over to Michelle Boomhauer from V-Trans.
Thank you, Chapin, and thank you to the council for hearing from the Agency of Transportation. We've been fortunate to be a partner along with the Federal Highway Administration of the city throughout this project for many, many decades. And I would have to say that the last 10 years have been the most outstanding for this project. The project took a significant turn when we readdressed the project objectives and the project layout and came forth with a project that was community-focused, that had a multimodal transportation framework that would provide benefit that supported citizens using the project area, housing developing near to the project area, and the businesses and jobs that will be created in this very important component of the city. So with that, we are very excited to have had the first phase of this project completed and nearly ready to be celebrated. And we are also especially ecstatic about the fact that the bid estimates for the second phase of the project came in 42% lower than engineers' estimate. This is unheard of in a project of this scale and magnitude, particularly in this day and age of inflation that we are facing on all of our transportation projects. So we are very excited to move to this next phase, to support the city in getting it completed in a timely manner, and to then be able to support the city in moving forward on other transportation projects that are going to support your community objectives. So that's all I had to offer at this time.
Get the presentation up. Just a couple slides, trying to share this real fast. All right, there we go. So just a little bit about just the updates on the project, where we stand. So the final construction contract that we're here to talk about tonight is, on this is a rendering of what you'll see in the Maple Street following the completion of the final construction contract. And it is just a mass of signalization, pedestrian improvements, bicycle facilities, as well as roadway redevelopment. So the final construction contract is what is in red here on the map. We've been here and presented previously, but again, for anyone who's new, we just kind of want to go to a quick summary. So currently, the section in blue, that is the new roadway alignment from Home Avenue to Lakeside Avenue. Lakeside Avenue from the new alignment to Pine Street, and Pine Street from Lakeside Avenue up to Kilburn is what is being finished as part of the initial construction contract, which is anticipated to be substantially complete in September. We're working on finalizing the work on the raised intersections, which many people and pedestrians have seen over the many months, and we'll be happy to hear that we're very close to being completed and not disrupting quite as much of the traffic on the daily basis. Once that's complete, we would be looking with the award of this contract to commence the final construction contract this fall. Once we get the final schedule and preliminary contract obligations out of the way, and the contractor is able to get permission to start work, we're looking in later fall time frame. That work is going to be the section of Pine Street from Kilburn up to Maine. That includes the signalized intersections, the redevelopment of the sidewalk facilities, the installation of a separated bike facility, moving up from Kilburn to Maple, as well as the bump outs and curb line work that's going to happen in that area. In the south portion, that will be the redevelopment of the previously constructed section of the I-89 connection and the on-ramps. So the final construction contract will comprise of work at both the northern and southernmost sections of the Champlain Parkway. So a little bit on this phase as well. I just talked about the location. The bid, as we talked about, that was received, the parent low responsible bid was from ECI at just under $14.4 million. As Michelle had mentioned here, that is about 42% below what engineers' estimates had. There's a number of factors that played into this. This was an opportunity the city had that was very successful in getting competitive bids. We had 4 competitive bids on this one versus previously on the initial construction contract, we only had 1 responsive bidder. We see that there are trends in the inflations that we've been seeing over the years. It's not right now carrying quite the same as what was previously anticipated to continue, and we feel that there's those and other factors that really played into us getting a very competitive and substantially lower than estimated bid. And then again, the duration for this contract would be starting, September or a little bit later in the fall for the contractor to commence work with substantial completion in summer of 2026. As Chapin kind of mentioned, there were a number of touch points where the project team has reached out to both councilors, commissions, and the public just to provide continuous updates on the project. This is a list of those as it related to more recent interactions that we had. We had a really, what was a good turnout for an open house event that we did at the King Street Youth Center earlier in July. It was a really good opportunity for project team and the public to come and ask questions about what to expect with the final construction contract, both during the construction, what it entails, as well as what the project team is looking to do to continue to evaluate the neighborhood and the intersections following the completion of the construction of the project. Previously presented also is the South End construction coordination schedule. This shows a number of projects that the city has been pursuing over the past few years and into the upcoming and the South End. This is previously presented older version of this, but generally speaking, most of these things are remained pretty stagnant to the estimations. I can just briefly go through. Obviously, we show the initial construction contract that is ongoing, looking to be completed in the third quarter of this fall. We have the final construction contract that is anticipated to, with your support here tonight, be available to be awarded and executed. That would start this fall with a completion in 2026. As we discussed previously, other projects such as the Railroad Enterprise project that is still working on preliminary plans, looking to start right-of-way phase in 2025. Main Street Great Streets project that is underway currently. Still, this initial phase is under construction. A little update here would just be that we need to, the second phase is still scheduling as it relates to what's shown. And then Cherry Street City Place projects that are currently under design, the Bake Street and Cherry that council has been working on recently as well. So these are some of the projects that the city and DPW are working on, progressing, and kind of an estimate of what we're trying to do to accommodate these projects to all continue to move forward to further development of the city of Burlington's infrastructure. That was just a little quick rundown, and happy to go into detail on more things. I was, just wanted to give a chance for councilors' comments and us to respond.
Great. Thank you very much, Corey, and to the whole team for your presentation, and obviously for your work on this long project. Corey, if you're able to send the slides at your convenience to Lori such that we can post them on Civic Clerk, that would be great. As I mentioned before turning to councilor comments or questions, Councilor Bergman, I will turn to you for a motion. I will note that earlier today, an amended recommended action was posted online. What did I say?
You said Bergman, but I know you meant me.
I did mean you, Councilor Barlow. Yes, I did. Yes, thank you.
And I couldn't convince Councilor Bergman to read it, so I'll read it.
Yeah, right. So, okay. Councilor Barlow.
Okay, I move to authorize the Director of Public Works to execute a contract with Engineers Construction, Inc. in the amount of up to $14,392,262.50 with a 10% in contingency funds totaling $15,835,613.75 for the Champlain Parkway final construction project, subject to the final review and approval by the Office of the City Attorney, and to, 1, request the Department of Public Works provide the City Council a full briefing at a September 2024 council meeting on the status of the South End construction coordination sequence in the Rail Yard Enterprise project in specific, and 2, make best efforts to front-load the installation of the Champlain Parkway final construction contracts improvements between Maple Street and Main Streets, including the installation of traffic signals such that the signals are operating for up to 6 months, but in no case fewer than 3 months prior to the opening of the project's interstate connection, and 3, to have the Department of Public Works and the Transportation, Energy, and Utilities Committee develop a plan for post-construction traffic monitoring and public feedback, including proactive outreach to the King and Maple neighborhoods, and present the results to the City Council every year for the first 2 years after the Champlain Parkway project is completed, and 4, based on the traffic data and public feedback collected, advance any appropriate additional improvements or traffic mitigation necessary.
Thank you very much, Councilor Barlow. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Councilor Barlow, do you wish for the floor back?
Only for a moment to thank the great work of the Department of Public Works on this. They've done an amazing job bringing this to this final phase to us, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized on this? I have Councilor Litwin. And then Councilor Bergman.
All right, I'll go first. Oh, and Broderick.
And then Broderick. I got it. You go ahead.
Well, he took the words out of my mouth a little bit, but I wanted to thank you, Director, for working with me and others to address the concerns that we had to be able to move forward with this resolution and the sort of amended version that Councilor Barlow just read, which allows me to support it tonight. The pressure that has been on the King Maple neighborhood has been on my mind for a very long time, including before I was a councilor. So I appreciate you including very proactive measures to make sure that that neighborhood is included and that they are reached and they have someone to reach out to directly if there are problems or concerns. And additionally, I want to thank Councilor Shannon as well for really working on getting us towards the stoplight that is so critical there. I did just want to ask you on the Gantt chart, you know I love a good Gantt chart, you had right-of-way acquisition scheduled for 6 fiscal quarters, so a year and a half. And I just wondered, without getting too deep in the weeds, are you able to expedite that at all beyond the year and a half, or are there reasons that would take that long?
No, I can speak to that. That process is not able to be sped up or really slowed down at any rate. It takes the time that it takes. When doing these things, there are processes, and at any point, something may delay or something may click. So that is just an estimate that we are, feeling that if things go well, that we're hoping will go well, that we will be able to proceed at that rate. But if something were to not go favorably for the project at any point in time, then that could add time to get those things sorted out and would delay the completion of that phase.
Thanks, I'm all set.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. I next have Councilor Bergman and then Councilor Broderick.
Well, first I have to thank you, Chapin and Corey and Laura and everybody else who's been working on this. I have not been the most accommodating, or at least the easiest person to deal with this. It comes from having opposed this project since my friend Joanne Boschman led the Lakeside neighborhood in opposition in, say, 1974. And this is a hard project for me, as I have said since my re-election in 2022. And made very clear that my support for the prior phase, which I thought was an improvement and is an improvement. I see that when I ride my bike to TUC meetings, is contingent on the promise that we would get the Railroad Enterprise project. I totally appreciate the work of this revised recommended action. I think it is really positive. It makes the situation, I think, something that allows us to not just set it and forget it. I am not convinced that the opening of City Place and the traffic that will be generated north and south to and from a revitalized downtown, the South End Enterprise District, is not going to lead to a horrific congestion in that area. And the traffic light and the test will be really helpful currently, because it stinks right now. But I really believe that that neighborhood, which in the late 1970s I fought to save from the gentrification of waterfront development projects, and we've got a lot of low-income housing there. We got a lot of brown and black people that are there, and environmental racism is just endemic in this country. And I've always thought that this is a piece of that. What you have done is making things better, and I totally appreciate this, but I have been really clear that you've put me in such a difficult situation, and it's still a bridge too far for me. I will work and continue to work to make the best of bad situations, and we'll see where the chips will fall. But I needed to state that in a public way, because I have to be true to myself in understanding the consequences, even given that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Next I have Councilor Broderick.
Thank you. Before my comments, I do have a question about the recommended motion. So it talks about in item 2, I guess, about doing what you all can to install the signals in at the Maple Street, Main Street intersection, and trying to install those early. And then in the third item, it talks about doing post-construction traffic monitoring. Is there going to be traffic monitoring done in that in-between phase, between when the signals are put up and when the interstate is opened up to the rest of the Champlain Parkway?
That's something we can work on determining. It is not necessarily, at this point, planned to be regularly counted. It's something we can look at doing in between, just if council's requesting, it's something the city could be looking at, but yes.
Thank you. It's something that I find important as we talk about the pros and cons of doing this, the potential consequences of doing this. I will echo Councilor Bergman's comments. He's obviously been in the game here a little bit longer than me, but both living in the King Maple neighborhood and just observing this process, I come to share his opinions that while the Department of Public Works has done an amazing job getting this project from what it was decades ago to what it is now, I do agree that the risks associated with the Rail Yard Enterprise project still not being where it is, and the revitalization of our downtown and the south end, I do see concerns with having more vehicle traffic there over the coming decades. So again, thank you for all of the work done on this project. But yeah, that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Any other councilors that wish to be recognized on this matter? Councilor Grant.
Thank you. I echo the comments of Councilor Bergman and Councilor Broderick. Tony Reddington was known in our community as an advocate to create more equitable and safe transportation in our city. And back in 2020, he wrote a very interesting opinion piece in Vermont Digger. If you go to Vermont Digger's website and you Google his name, I'm sure it'll come up. It was titled, "Champlain Parkway is Transportation Apartheid." So we do know that environmental and transportation racism is a very real thing. We've had examples in our own city, and we've had a lot of examples around this particular project, and we have seen a lot of improvements to this project, which my fellow councilors have already expressed and which I do agree with. But and I will be voting for this, but my fear, because we refer to this as like the last thing, right? But it's not the last thing. The last thing is the Railroad Enterprise Project. That's the last thing. And that has not moved for a variety of reasons with the same speed. But one of those reasons is there hasn't been the same commitment. So I just don't want us, when people say this is the last piece, it's not the last piece. So please continue to keep people updated. Do what you can to move this forward, because there's real repercussions for this neighborhood. And it wouldn't be placed there if the racial and economic backgrounds of the people living in that neighborhood were different. And that's real. So I thank you for listening to that. Once again, I recommend that opinion piece. It's very interesting. And that's all I have for right now. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Travers. I find it a little bit ironic that we're here tonight with the final vote on the Champlain Parkway and voting on a resolution to honor my dear friend Bill Keogh, because this was the thing that divided us the most, and I never expected Bill Keogh to support me for city council because he was a big fan of this road. He never believed it would be built. And I have not been a fan of this road at all. Even back when Mayor Mulvaney-Stanek was Councilor Mulvaney-Stanek, I think I was often the only no vote on moving this forward. And I fought pretty hard over the years to get some changes to make it better. And I do think that you, Director Spencer, have done some things that we had been told for decades couldn't be done, and you got changes to this road that have definitely been improvements, which is certainly not easy working with the federal government, and I commend you for that. I don't think that this road has two purposes, in case anybody hasn't read the environmental impact statement and purpose and need of the road, but the primary need of this road is to improve access to downtown. And I do not believe there's any possibility that it is going to improve access to downtown when it goes through the same bottleneck that it goes through today. But its secondary purpose is to relieve traffic from South End neighborhood streets. And I do believe that it will effectively do that. And as I have always said, there are winners and there are losers with this project, but I believe that there are more winners than losers. Those who are closer to the new road, including my own neighborhood, Lakeside, as Councilor Bergman mentioned. Lakeside's never been a fan of this road. Yeah, that's on the losing side of the ticket. But there are a lot of families and households currently suffering with the current conditions. I remain concerned about the traffic in the King Street neighborhood, but I have talked to many of the residents in the neighborhood. I went to the very well-attended event you had recently at the King Street Youth Center, talked to a lot of people there, actually tried to persuade them that this was not good for them. I do actually think the rail yard enterprise is working on just about the same pace as this, which started in 1960-something. I don't think the rail yard enterprise is moving any faster, and I honestly don't think that the citizens of Burlington are going to have an appetite in the end for funding a new road. And I asked them, if there is no new road, do you still support this? They said yes, including people who have sued the city over this road, told me yes, we think the benefits to our neighborhood are going to be worth it. And I am not here to speak for people, but to represent people and what I heard. And that is what I heard in that neighborhood, not my own opinion, but I also told them, and they were grateful for the fact that I have been fighting for the traffic lights there since at least 2003. And I very much appreciate the change that you came up with and the commitment to put the traffic lights in there first, because they may or may not work. And I understand you have some ideas about how you can change things if they don't. And I appreciate that change that you made. I'm going to get cut off here soon, I know.
1 minute.
I think that the development that is going to make traffic in the neighborhood worse is happening with or without the road. Looking at that road and all of the traffic lights and the, jug handle down Lakeside Avenue and into the same funnel that we had today, I'm not sure that we're really going to add traffic to this intersection by building the road, but I do think we're going to add traffic to the intersection by building more housing and bringing more people in. That's happening with or without this road. So I don't think we stop the traffic by voting no here. And I am hopeful that the lights will help manage this traffic. And I do think we may need to look at one-ways and other things we have not yet. But I will actually be voting yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. The timer for the overall item lined up perfectly with your 5 minutes as well. So we are at time on the item, but are there any other councillors that wish to be recognized on this matter? Or the mayor? Okay. So I think then we are prepared for a vote. Because we have a councillor online and this will not be a unanimous vote, the clerk will need to call the roll. So please go ahead, Lori.
Councillor Barlow?
Yes.
Councillor Bergman?
No.
Councillor Broderick?
No.
Councillor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councillor Doherty?
Yes.
Councillor Grant?
Yes.
Councillor Kane?
Yes.
Councillor Litwin?
Yes.
Councillor McKnight?
Yes.
Councillor Newbeezer?
Yes.
Councillor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
Ten ayes, 2 nays.
With 10 ayes and 2 nays, the motion carries. Thank you very much, DPW.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right. That then takes us to item 7.6. This is a matter that was postponed from our last council meeting. There's no action item on 7.6 and 7.7, but there are memoranda from the mayor's office that are posted online to Civic Clerk. I understand, Mayor, that there may be a brief presentation from your office and perhaps Sarah, or are we not doing that? I thought
We're going to do that.
Okay.
We're ready.
Okay. I saw Sarah coming up, and I didn't know if we were starting with you or starting with Sarah. But my understanding is there's a brief presentation, and then we'll turn to councilor questions and comments.
I think I'll start really briefly. Okay. Thank you, Councilor President Travers. So councilors, just a quick and very quick reminder, this was tabled, this whole discussion, work session on encampments and the reality of unhoused folks here in Burlington was tabled from last month. And as you all know, the city council only has 2 meetings, which made this a little difficult to find another time to bring this up. The memo itself, we're hoping tonight to give you an update, since this is a month later, on things that we think are relevant in this larger conversation around Burlington's response to the housing emergency, again, specifically for folks who are unhoused. So I'm going to begin with just a couple of high-level updates from my office's work on this. Of course, always in close partnership with Sarah Russell, who works within CEDO as our special assistant to end homelessness, and the CEDO director, Brian Pine, of course. So just to begin, what we were going to really come to you on July 12th to focus on was the current status of resource placements, which are the dumpsters and the porta potties, and where we were with the 3 sites we proposed in June as a place to provide some dignified resources to support both the public safety elements of this, but the public health elements as well for folks who have nowhere else to go other than camping outside. We have placed 2 out of the 3 sites, these minimal services to support people. And that we get weekly reports from our park rangers. We've had no issues reported, and we're happy to go into more details if folks have questions on this. But this has been now in one of the locations in place for several weeks, the other one a little bit more recently than that. But I think that really shows the importance of having some level of support for folks to make sure that we're minimizing the impact on the folks who are trying to live and survive there, but also the impact on our public safety workforce as a city and residents, and making sure we're minimizing any bigger issues that can grow and evolve out of this. I've been pleased to hear those reports have been very steady. The 3rd site, which is at the Manhattan Drive old dump road, and if the director of the Parks Department were here, she would tell me it's renamed something else. But for those of us who are from the old North End, it's the old dump road, which is on the edge when you go into the Intervale. Thank you, Councilor Bergman, right? Oh, yeah. So this was a 3rd site that I heard in June when we had our conversation together, really required a conversation with neighbors because there were some other concerns raised. And we did hold that meeting with Councilor Grant and Councilor Bergman at the end of July in a rainstorm. I appreciate we had about 30 people. Oh, and Councilor Litwin was there as well. Thank you. We had about 30 people or so show up, and we really focused that meeting on folks who are locally in that immediate neighborhood, in and around the Boys and Girls Club. And I do want to appreciate the Boys and Girls Club for being willing to host that meeting. And we had a really good dialogue. And what became really clear in that meeting was there's a co-location of issues going on there. At the top of the hill of the old dump road, which if you go by there is gated, but it's sort of a off the beaten path, if you will. There's been an increase of activity that we've been seeing in other hot spots around the city, and people were very concerned. And this is actually where I was first. The city councilor was just around the corner. I lived on Oak Street. It's been a chronic. This part of the city has felt chronically underserved in terms of public safety for years. And people were concerned around increased drug dealing and other activities happening. There was unfortunately a few instances, one including some young folks as well. So it's a good example of how every hot spot in the city is not the same. It's raising a theme of different issues, including how our youth are getting brought into criminal activity. And we've had larger conversations like this, which I'll talk about at the next work session on community safety, where when there's not other options for our youth, it's an easy way to make money. It's a harmful setup for them in their lives, and it's a big area for which the city needs some bigger systems and support to make sure that young people have other better, safer options to be economically viable to support their families and themselves. So the hotspot elements became a larger portion of this conversation. And what my takeaway of that was with the three counselors who were there, was that we really needed to start talking about the safety issues first and placing the items second. Not that the items are not going to be placed, because there is the same issues of people living outside and needing some resourcing, but it was important to get the sequencing right and to continue to engage the community so their concerns for years, frankly, are heard. So I'll talk a little bit more about hotspots in the next work session, but we've started to bring this up on our weekly agendas on hotspot coordination across the city. We've increased police patrol going by that area. We're working on even simple things of making sure the gate's secured so that it's not easy for people to get down there with other vehicles that are not city vehicles, et cetera. But I just wanted to really highlight that because I hear when counselors have concerns and we're willing to partner to make sure we're engaging in a meaningful way, community dialogues to make sure we're getting it right, and then coming back, which we plan to do in September with those neighbors. But all that to be said, in terms of emergency housing and it being about camping, our focus has always been around queuing up the much more important work, the best practice work of getting more emergency short-term shelter beds online. Camping is not a policy. I've said this before, and Sarah will speak more to our work that we've been doing diligently to engage our state partners and other partners to get short-term emergency shelters of all kind online, especially for low-barrier shelter needs, which is our highest, most acute need with folks, especially who are suffering with substance use disorder. Two other quick things I'll mention, and I'll pass it to Sarah. Our other larger conversation, and what I think this is pointing out between hotspots and camping and emergency shelter and community safety in general, and I'm about to say overdose prevention centers, this is complex. This is so complex that I really want you as my colleagues here to hear this, and folks who are listening and hear, this is not easy to solve. If this was easy to solve, it would have been done long before I was mayor, I hope. It is complex, there's layers to it, things change and evolve. We are working very diligently across departments for the last several weeks to come up with solutions and then try new things and keep at it. And that is what we can do in the short term as we work on the bigger system changes that really involve better state government engagement. So I want to mention briefly again OPCs, because I know that will come up in one of the two work session conversations, where we are with overdose prevention centers location in the city, because we are the first pilot location. Although the legislation enables other OPCs to open in other parts of the state, we are the first pilot funded by the state. So we have begun a zoning review process with our planning commission. They're having a meeting sometime very soon. Tomorrow night, with experts who've helped stand up OPCs in Providence, Rhode Island, to really start to get into the discussion of how do we need to update our zoning ordinance to allow the maximum flexibility for the appropriate placement of an OPC. That will take a couple of months. While that's happening, which will probably take us to October and September, we expect the rules to be issued, the guidance, I should say, from the Department of Health. That's required under the state law, and we can't proceed until we know what the guidance is from the state. And if you don't know anything about me yet, you know public and community engagement is a critical, important piece for my administration. We will be engaging folks robustly after those two pieces are done around placement. What makes sense, where is co-location with other services make sense, how do we hear from folks, and really do both the public education and the outreach necessary. So stay tuned for that. And then the final thing I want to mention around our colleagues who are town leaders in the area, the town managers. I continue to meet with those managers. They've been really good partnership conversations, and we've been focusing on what pieces can these smaller towns with less resources provide in terms of infrastructure as partners, not service providers. There's a Digger article that came out today, which I think really points to the fact that no town, including Burlington, should really be in the position of being a service provider. That is not our role and our expertise. Burlington's been forced into an impossible situation, and as I said in that story, a humanity question around how are we going to support folks who are in probably the darkest days of their lives, and other towns are in different positions, and yet we can partner, and we're having another meeting with housing providers in a couple weeks, and then after that, talking about our legislative agendas to coordinate and be working more as partners in the state level. Those are all really good and in my mind, signs of progress as we build relationships with our towns. And I encourage us to consider these towns as partners. They are certainly coming with that willingness. We all will play different roles. When I used to do strategy work, I would talk about our goal is the top of the mountain, and we all take different paths up there sometimes, but we're all going to play a role in trying to really change this dialogue for Chittenden County, and I consider these folks good colleagues in that work. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Sarah.
Thanks, Mayor. I will go relatively quickly through this because I know that there are a lot of questions and sometimes we don't get to all of the questions that everyone has. So as you heard from the mayor, she talked about the first sort of prong of our work, which is the immediate supports and resources to folks who are unsheltered. And the second piece of that immediately is that we need to identify more low barrier emergency shelter capacity within the county. So the work on that's happened over the last month has involved the city submitting an application to the Agency of Human Services. There was an additional $10 million that I'm sure many of you heard about that was available across the state to expand emergency shelter capacity specifically for the December 1st through March 31st time period, so the adverse weather. The proposal that the city submitted really detailed that not only was our hope to provide this, winter or seasonal capacity, but it is really for year-round shelter capacity. Our numbers of unsheltered folks, as you read in the memo, are more than we've ever seen. So for the month of July, we had 315 folks self-report that they were sleeping unsheltered. For a little bit of perspective here, that my colleague Marcella reminded me that that is actually more people than was on our master list for all of Chittenden County in 2020. Now, our unsheltered population exceeds that. So the magnitude of our challenge is huge. Looking at the data, we now see that with this rise in unsheltered homelessness, that over a third of our entire homeless population in the county is living unsheltered, which is, we have to figure something out around this. So that has really driven our work around identifying a space. 58 Pearl, the previous Social Security Administration building is one such location, but we are, have been pulling out all of the stops to try to identify a backup location. And just to be clear, I said this in my memo, but I'm also saying this again tonight, that by the city securing or acquiring space to provide shelter does not necessarily mean that we will operate a shelter, but I think it's important for us to ensure that a public asset such as 58 Pearl, would remain a public asset and serve the population that is going to have the highest impact. We're seeing huge numbers of folks struggling with substance use right now, and shelter that opens really needs to support that population. As I mentioned at the presentation in June, we need an additional 300 year-round shelter beds in Chittenden County. And of those, our data indicates that at least 228 of them need to be low barrier, specifically supporting, having a public health support to folks who are who have substance use disorder and who are struggling with untreated mental health issues. So that being said, unless you have anything to add, we can go to questions.
Only that the shelter piece is obviously a critical piece for the urgency of the situation. I think it's important to note that housing really is the overarching goal, and that the housing production goals of the city. We remain focused on getting more units in service so that folks have a place to live as opposed to shelter. So I just want to, it's both actually, it's really both. So the essential nature of the situation is we find ourselves in a situation we have not been in the history of, in the history of this city really, is to have this magnitude of need. It's just incredibly overwhelming.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sarah and Brian. Thank you, Mayor, for the presentation and the memorandum. I will now turn to the council. Again, there's no action item on this matter, but the floor is open for any questions or comments that councilors have. Councilor Grant.
Thank you. Looking toward September, I believe, is that when we're on point to see more cutbacks and anticipate more people. So right now, there's no change for that. Do we have any estimates on what the impact is going to be to us?
The most recent data from the Economic Services reports that there are 230 households in motels as of last week. Without knowing exactly how long some of those households could have entered after July 1st, it's likely that many of them didn't, and they have been there since July 1st. But any household that reaches that 80-day max really it would probably come between September 15th and September 20th. We'll lose their motel stay. So that could be up to 230 households.
Okay, so we'd start to see the impact toward end of September, beginning of October, if there isn't any change or anything else put in place. So we expect to see even more stress on the city and even more stress on these individuals. So regretfully, we as a city need to be prepared for that and regretfully not surprised by it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor McKnight, I see you with your hand raised.
Thank you, President Travers. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for all this information and, just for your continued work on what is clearly I don't want to say it's an insurmountable problem, but it's certainly overwhelming and heartbreaking and very difficult. I'm glad we're looking at new options for shelters to proactively deal with this. I would just request some kind, and this is kind of a request and a question, based on what we've seen at the Elmwood pods with what I would really describe as kind of predatory behavior by drug dealers around that area that has really had a detrimental effect on the neighborhood and for the ability for people living in the Elmwood pods to, heal their way out of substance abuse, because they're constantly being, approached to buy drugs when they're trying to be in recovery. And given that we've repeatedly heard that the people running, that everybody in charge of running the pods does not have the capacity to do any kind of patrolling outside of the pods, and that the police also don't have the capacity to have regular patrols there, I would request and just ask that we open up a conversation about what are our options to take, like when we're making the plans, and even when we're applying for grant funds or applying for approval or requesting proposals for who's going to run these shelters, can we please kind of expand beyond the actual building that the shelter is in and take a holistic view of the impact that this will have on the neighborhood that it is placed in, and put plans, concrete plans into place? Because I feel like every time we approve a shelter location or a new hotspot pops up, we're just scrambling to deal with this activity. And it's, at this point, we know we can plan for it. We know what's going to happen. We know that there's going to be increased drug activity outside of a low barrier shelter. And I would like to see, really robust planning so that if we are needing to open up more shelters, that the people living in the neighborhood around those shelters can be more, at ease and feel safer, because we have a really detailed plan for either police involvement or other, social workers or other services, whatever's deemed appropriate. I would really like to see it listed out in a committed way, like there will be 3 officers patrolling the area every day, or there will be 3 CSO, there will be 1. That we don't have that. We can have 1 officer, we can have 1 CSO. I think people need to understand the volume of law enforcement presence in these areas that is doable, if at all, because, and I'll talk more, I might ask this question in the public safety section of our conversation, but I'm wondering why the Elmwood, it doesn't seem like the Elmwood pod area is a hotspot area, yet we continue to hear from neighbors there. And I just think we have to solve this before we approve any new shelters. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McKnight. Would either of you like to respond to any of Councilor McKnight's comments, or?
Well, I guess that I can say that it's a challenging thing to fund neighborhood-wide security utilizing a shelter grant application. I think that there are, I can speak from our experience operating the warming shelter last year. I didn't hear of a complaint surrounding that shelter around increased drug use. We certainly had, a share of concerns that were expressed to us up front, but I think that some of the practices that we implemented at that location prevented any challenges in the neighborhood. So I hear the concerns around, around Elmwood. I, certainly, can sympathize with challenges. I'm unsure kind of what that looks like in the context of this, of the rest of the city. But I think that the city's not operating the Elmwood shelter. We can certainly, check in and make suggestions to our operating partner. But again, I'll go back to just saying it's really challenging to fund neighborhood-wide security staff with a state shelter grant.
Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you. And I just want to add, and this is not specifically to your comments necessarily, Councilor McKnight, but I just want to caution us around the ease for which sometimes criminalizing folks who are unhoused happens in these conversations. We all know this, and I know this from living in the Old North End for 20 years. I'm speaking.
Point of information.
Hold on. Councilor McKnight, did you still have the floor? I didn't know that you still had the floor.
I just feel that my comments are being mischaracterized, and I would like the chance to respond to that.
Okay, then you can have the floor back. You still have a minute left of your time, and Mayor, the floor is yours, Mayor. You were recognized.
Thank you. So I was just going to say, as a resident of the Old North End for the last 20 years, and I live right around the corner from this area, both Elmwood Pods as well as this Pearl Street location, we've had drug issues for years, drug dealers and drug issues. That's a separate matter for which we need strategies that work. An engaged police department that has the resources and coordination with our state's attorney and our DEA. We are working on it. We are overwhelmed because of the high number of drugs everywhere in the city. And so I just want to encourage us to tease out what we're talking about and making sure we're applying strategies based on the actual behaviors. and being careful about linking things. And I say that with all respect, but I just want to make sure that we are having a constructive dialogue where we're focusing on targeting harmful drug activity, whether it's Manhattan Drive or wherever that might be in the city.
Okay. I have Councilor McKnight in the queue for a second comment, but are there any councilors that have not spoken in the first round? Councilor Grant, I'll put you in line for a second comment behind Councilor McKnight. I saw Councilor Litwin and then Councilor Barlow, Councilor Kane, and then Councilor Carpenter, Shannon, Doherty. Newbeezer. Okay, everyone. Okay, sorry, I thought I saw your hand raised. All right, Councilor Litwin.
Thank you. Really quick question before I get into the bulk of my question, which is, I thought I heard you say in your comment that there were about 315 identified people who are currently unhoused in Burlington, and that additionally, you've identified that 228 low barrier shelter beds are necessary for us to meet the need. Is that correct? So just as a percentage, that's like 7 out of 10 currently unhoused people need access to low barrier shelter beds, which would, and when we say that, we're talking about folks who are struggling with substance misuse disorder and other serious mental health disorders, right? Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. So a couple of comments I have. First and foremost, I think we need to continue to have a discussion about 58 Pearl and what that looks like. I actually echo many of Councilor Brown McKnight's comments. I would just correct the record. We have heard from neighbors of that community about concerns in that neighborhood and about drug activity and other types of behavior. Councilor Barlow has addressed it on numerous occasions from law offices on nearby streets. And we also heard just at the last council meeting in August at the high school from neighbors who attended and brought up this issue. So I would say that it's not on the record, it is on the record. Additionally, I would also just mention that with Councilor Brown McKnight's comments, we're having a conversation about very important topics like environmental racism and the citing of sort of projects in low-income communities. And I think that we need to have the same, if we're going to have that conversation, we should be applying it through all lenses, and that includes when we're citing community-based facilities like this. And so I guess I would say, why aren't we talking about the implications? I have personally visited the site, all the encampment sites on at least three occasions now. We do need a needle cleanup container still at the Flying A. There's needles that I documented all over the place on the ground. Additionally, as we continue to have this really productive and helpful dialogue with the administration, I would like to hear more from the police chief and from the fire chief or their designates about what types of calls, what types of activities, so that we can determine whether these are hotspots or not and what that looks like. We've seen news interviews with the gentleman back in, I want to say, April, who said he had, maybe it was May, said he had Narcaned somebody 6 times already, right? So I'd like to better understand what the needs are at those encampments. Lastly, or maybe not lastly, I'll continue to oppose camping in the urban reserve. It's prohibited per ordinance. I continue to get complaints about that from my constituents, and I feel that it's an end run around the power of this body to determine the ordinances of this city. And so if we're going to live by the ordinances of this city, we should not have camping in the urban reserve. I am supportive of camping in the Flying A, and I've continued to say that people deserve access to humane treatment, to clean bathroom facilities, water, my heart has gone out to folks, particularly during the hot weather and rainy weather and windy weather, of what it's like to live outside. So I would encourage us all to continue to think about that as well. And then I would just like, in the ComStat meetings, you know, these sites are not discussed in the ComStat meetings. So I would encourage us to take that up in the ComStat meetings. And where am I at, Councilor Travis? President
You're
Travis?
coming up on time.
All right, so I'll just leave that there. And thank you very much. And I'm sorry for speaking the whole time at you.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. So I saw a lot of hands go up before. I'm just going to confirm here. Who I have in queue now is Councilor Barlow, and followed by Councilor Kane, then Councilor Shannon, then Councilor Newbeezer, then Councilor Carpenter. Any other councilors that wish to be in the queue at this point in time? Okay. So Councilor Barlow, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Travers. So, you know, one of the things I think we need to look at is the Elmwood Pod Shelter. It is sort of like an example, and we have like sort of empirical evidence on what happened when we put that shelter there. I'm not criminalizing homelessness, but acknowledging that there are these collateral effects in the neighborhoods where that shelter is located. I've spoken with neighbors, and I visited the law firm, this kitty corner on George Street, that Councilor Litwin mentioned, and they had sent us a communication documenting over 100 incidents that they had listed, and they continued to have incidents, and they continue to have incidents today, although I don't think they're quite as frequent as they used to be. But they've had to invest $50,000 in security upgrades to their building and on their property to make it less attractive to people hanging out there. And they also have problems with clients and employees who don't want to come to that building because of some of the activity in the area. So when we put up new shelter facilities, I think it's absolutely imperative that we take into consideration the security in the broader neighborhoods. We have to do that based on our Elmwood Avenue experience. So that's just, I guess, a comment and like something I feel pretty strongly about. But I also want to know, one of the things that when we were talking about the shelter capacity in the county before, I don't remember the exact number, but it's something like 80% of the shelters in the county are in Burlington. Is that like accurate, roughly? And so I would ask, before we put any more shelters up, I would ask, how are we getting our the neighboring communities like South Burlington, like Winooski, they might have the means and they have the populations. What are we doing to get them to create new shelter capacity before we put more shelter capacity up? So I guess that's a question I'll pose. Thank you.
So I think if you, one of the things that's pointed out in the Digger article that was referenced earlier is that the surrounding communities have actually supported, or I guess permitted others to convert many of the roadside motels into housing for formerly homeless households. And while they're not traditional shelters, they do serve that purpose. And there's construction happening right now at the former Harbor Place that will be entirely for folks who are coming out of homelessness. So it really has been a bit of a continuum. And so if you list the towns in around the Burlington area, it's really Burlington and Winooski are the two towns that don't have former motels because we just don't have that inventory in our property. Those properties don't exist in Burlington or Winooski, and so there's really not a development of that type. I would say, I think the mayor characterized it pretty accurately, which is it's a process of working with the other towns. We don't have local, and we don't have regional government, we don't have county government, we don't have a tool other than hoping to build a compelling case that this is a regional obligation. This is something we all should provide some level of, the solution ought to be multifaceted, multi-pronged, and throughout the region. It ought not to be, but I would just remind you that 20 plus years ago it was that all virtually most of the affordable housing in Chittenden County was in Burlington and Winooski, about 85% of it, and that's no longer the case because the city worked with the outlying towns to make sure that they were beginning to take on their fair share. And so the concept of fair share is something that I think we can all get behind. It's just a question of how do we achieve that when resources are limited, and as City Manager Baker from South Burlington pointed out, that's not the city's primary goal, or I should say role, really, and that they don't have funding specifically to provide shelter. If someone came to them and said, we have a property to create a shelter, at least she expressed we'd be willing to support them.
And I guess, just to follow up, I think that these conversions you spoke about, and I haven't read the Digger article yet, or is it Digger? I haven't read that article yet. But are these low barrier shelters? Because it seems like we have more issues with low barrier shelters than we have with other
in
shelters
many
with
cases, they're
barriers.
serving as, they've actually converted them into housing, basically. They've taken former motels and turned them into housing to serve, formerly homeless households who are coming through coordinated entry to get a place to live. So they're not really operating traditionally as shelters. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Councilor Kane?
Thanks. I'll be brief. I'm wondering how the sheltering on public lands policy is enforced, how smooth that's going for all parties involved. I understand there's some discretion involved. So that's kind of why I'm wondering. Thanks.
Please go ahead.
We are fully utilizing our sheltering on public lands policy, which dictates an assessment of campsites that are on public lands to determine the needs related to social service intervention, referrals, safety challenges, and any kind of conflict or behavioral type, any way that we need to respond to support, those folks in either staying where they are or if they need to be removed. So we're implementing the policy, especially in parks. If tents pop up in parks, they're usually noticed within 24 to 48 hours per the ordinance. Sorry, not talking loud enough. I guess generally speaking, we are continuing to enforce the ordinance in parks and also to follow our policy on sheltering on public lands.
Thanks. One aspect of it that I don't quite understand is there an element related to how close an encampment is to a residential area?
If I remember correctly, within the assessment, there is a note around, or there is a section that relates to if the camp is set up in a place that is utilized for recreation purposes or by the public, or if it is a location that is intended for a specific use that would preclude, camping in that location. Some of the conversations that we are having are around the right-of-way as it relates to the bike path, because Parks maintains the bike path, and bike path goes through city land. So so that's one of the things that we're beginning to sort of grapple with around what is the right-of-way sort of setback from the bike path when a tent comes up and it's on city land. So there's a lot of complexity around each situation is looked at independent.
Thanks. And with the new resources that are out, the toilets and dumpsters and such, is there a difference at all in how the policy is enforced within a certain radius of those resources? As in, are we trying to steer folks to any extent, or allow for behaviors in a different way, to a different standard, to kind of leverage those resources?
What I can report from frontline staff and from our, first responders, there have been there have been no conflicts with the folks that are in camps that are sort of in closer proximity to the resources that we've put out. So generally, we're super engaged. Staff is very engaged on at least once, but sometimes twice daily basis with the folks who are camping in some of these locations. And things, anecdotally, I can say that from the last 2 summers, this has been a generally fairly quiet summer in these locations for the folks who are there, and they're generally super grateful for the resources that have been brought to site. So no, we're not enforcing any differently. We're seeing positive results, though.
Thank you. And I'm trying to get a better sense for how often the sheltering on public lands policy is enforced. Do you have a sense at all for how, is it, I don't know, 1 a month, 10 a month, closer to 100 a month, like folks who are being told to move as a result of that policy?
I could certainly get that data for you. Anything that I provide would be off the top of my head and probably not 100% active. But I can say with the sheltering on public lands policy specifically, those any requests for removal typically I'm copied on those, and I think I've seen in the last 2 months, maybe the mayor's office also has to be copied on those. I'm thinking maybe 2, maybe not that much.
Okay, thanks. And my last question is, do you guys have a sense that the resources that have been allocated, the toilets, dumpsters, et cetera, have made it, have been helpful for social service providers, street outreach teams to better access those in need? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kane. I have Councilor Shannon next, and then Newbeezer, and then Carpenter.
Thank you. I really believe in the theme that seems to have been successful in other places, that you have to meet people where they are, but don't leave them there. And I think the don't leave them there part is where we have failed as a city, as a state, as a society. And I'd like for us to think more about how we can move people on. It's hard when every day is just about survival and you don't have the luxury of having kind of longer term thinking. But with the drugs that we have on the street today, I don't think if we don't do something, maybe you get through today, but there's not anything for tomorrow. And I'm hearing an increased sense of hopelessness among people who are living without shelter in our city. And I have heard from many different sources the estimate to be about 80%, and I think you said the same thing tonight, about 80% having substance use problems. I have also been told that people are not taking advantage of treatment. It seems to be getting worse in terms of people taking advantage of treatment. There's so little treatment to be had, and what there is not very good quality at all. But I can certainly understand that if someone avails themselves of treatment and then gets returned to the same situation that they were in prior to treatment, only they've lost all of their stuff, and now they're living on the streets trying to stay sober. Our streets are not safe for sober people. And I think we need to do more to focus on people and provide the incentives for them to avail themselves of treatment and us to commit to taking care of them afterwards. One of the things that has been raised with me is the lack of any place to store your stuff. If you go into treatment, you lose all of your stuff. Even in other situations, moving from camp to camp, this is really problematic. And Montpelier did implement lockers. They did it back in 2022, I think, and I haven't heard much about the success of that program, whether or not it's working. Perhaps you know, because I know you are the expert in this. But I do repeatedly hear that if people had a place to keep their stuff, it would help them with other issues that they have. We do have some motels in the city, and in fact, ours too have been converted to shelters. And the Champlain Inn is an example of that. And I will say, when it started, it seemed to be successful mostly from the neighborhood perspective, and neighbors really wanted to try and help the organization and to help people who were availing themselves of the services there. Over time, it got really overcrowded, and I don't think that that was good for either the residents there or the residents in the surrounding area. Operating in a congregate model where everybody had to leave during the day had a terrible impact on the entire community, and from what I could see, about a terrible impact on the people that wanted to stay there. They were having to line up every day. They were all just staying in Callahan Park during the day because they had no place to go during the day. So that's, kind of an example of how you can run something. I have never understood, and I have asked the question, but don't feel I ever got a very good answer as to how that serves anyone's interests. People need more stability than that. South Burlington says that they don't have the funding specifically to provide shelter. Neither do we. And I do not believe that Burlington can take all of this on. I'm interested to hear more about if Burlington is trying to buy 58 Pearl Street, but not committed to operating the shelter. Who's going to operate the shelter? How is it going to be operated? And that is perhaps a discussion for another day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Councilor, did you want to speak to that? I saw you going for the mic, Sarah. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as far as the shelter or as the storage piece, we acknowledge that that's a huge challenge. And so in the last couple of months, we decided to build a pilot program with Vermonters for Criminal Justice Reform, where we provided grant funding for them to purchase storage containers for folks that they were engaged with and have them on site, so that people could leave their belongings there when they went to treatment and have a safe place, for them to be stored when they're back. That just started, I think, about 3 or 4 weeks ago, so we'll have to, kind of, I'm curious to see how effective that's been, but I think we are, definitely trying to think about being creative around storage for people.
And
Can I just ask a brief follow-up?
I'm sorry, we're at time, Councilor Shannon. I have Councilor Newbeezer and Councilor Carpenter in the queue. Are there any other councilors that haven't spoken to this item a first time that wish to be in the queue? Councilor Doherty. Okay, so we are at time on this item, so we are going to wrap up with Councilors Newbeezer, Carpenter, and Doherty. I did previously commit that Councilors McKnight and Grant could have a second go, and so I will then briefly turn to Councilors McKnight and Grant, and then we will close the item at that point in time. So Councilor Newbeezer, then Carpenter, and Doherty.
Well, I'll try to keep my comments brief. I guess I just want to zoom out for the sake of my constituents for a moment, because we've talked about this topic in public safety more broadly, I would say every meeting, and we likely justifiably will most council meetings for years to come. So many of my constituents reach out on this issue, and I think the one through thread that I'm hearing from folks, because there's so much complexity and nuance and a whole different number of tracks you can go down when you're talking about public safety, when you're talking about houselessness, addiction, mental health challenges. I think folks, at least in my experience in the community, want to know that when they have a negative experience or they see antisocial behavior from folks struggling with a variety of different issues. Or when we just talk about more broadly, like the real community impacts that these issues, all these different issues we're talking about have, not only obviously on the individuals struggling with these issues, but also the community at large. I hear my constituents wanting to know that we understand that, the city understands that, and I think, so just to zoom out, what I've just heard from all of my colleagues, what I have consistently heard from the mayor's office and what I've consistently heard from city staff, is that you do understand that and you fully appreciate that. Yeah, and just to be fully, I mean, it's just a depressing reality that we're in, and it's disheartening, and it's a really, really tough problem. I can't imagine what it's like to have to work day in and day out on it. And so what I will say, and what I want to reiterate to my constituents and to my neighbors, is that everybody at this table, everybody in this room, everybody in city government understands the challenge, appreciates how difficult it is to deal with as a community. And at the end of the day, I trust our team working on it, including our mayor. So I appreciate your all's work, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Carpenter, to be followed by Councilor Doherty.
Thanks. My colleagues have expressed a number of my thoughts and concerns, and I've got a lot of them. I'm really not quite where to start. Sarah's presented us with the data on our needs, 228 people needing low barrier shelter. And one question I have is, do we make any determinations of how many of that group really needs a much more supportive therapeutic operation? And I raise that question, and maybe you have the answer on it, but that we are being pushed by the state to create low barrier shelters for folks who really need much more than that. They can't leave during the day, they need wraparound services, and a low barrier shelter is not going to be the answer for them. And my biggest sort of big picture concern is we are potentially relieving the state of their responsibility. I'm old enough and a social work major to remember when there was an act of the legislature that removed municipalities from responsibility for services. They wanted the state to do it. Municipalities, no more poor farms, no more nursing. We owned a nursing home, no more nursing home. And I really am concerned about stepping ourselves back into the role of being a shelter operator. Having been a housing manager of affordable housing for 20 years and supervising affordable housing for another 20, I don't think that's a municipal role. So I think we can't take that lightly. And we need the resources, but I don't want us to be relieving the state of their burden. And the system they've set up is using the nonprofits, and we've got to go with that system. So I think I encourage us to look at all of those options first before we put ourselves as an operator of a shelter. I know there's another proposal for 58 Pearl. That's an asset that has to go for homelessness, and it should. But whether it should be a nighttime shelter or whether it should be something else is something we need to seriously look about. Maybe we need a warming shelter this winter, but that needs to be a long-term resource. And I think we need to look at it intently, particularly because it happens to neighbor over 250 other disabled and handicapped people. We do not want those poor buildings to turn into the situations we have at Decker Towers. And so I just want us to think closely about 58 Pearl, closely about our role in the process. And, you know, I hear you say things like, oh, we can't get security funds out of shelter dollars. Well, then we need to figure another way to do it, because it's part and parcel with the need. I mean, BHA couldn't get security money out of their rents. They had to get it another way. And so I think we just need to continue to look really holistically at those proposals. And that is not criminalizing folks who are houseless. It is a reality that we need to express when we create pods of, I didn't need the word pods, but areas of activity, particularly in dense residential neighborhoods. And again, I just think I get my concern about us rushing in, using our city staff for the most quickest answer and relieving the regional responsibility and the state responsibility. So I guess that would be my comments for now.
Can I just respond to two things that you said quickly? The first is that it's not the city or individual nonprofits that develop this data or conduct these assessments. It's the Chittenden County Homeless Alliance. So part of determining those 228 beds needed to be low barrier. Another piece of that was also determining that we needed at least 25 additional beds for medical respite or for, seniors who have med respite needs. So we are looking at folks who have chronic and severe medical issues and recognizing that that needs to be a more specialized setting, that a shelter can't necessarily accommodate those challenges. So that's figured into some of this too. And the other piece that I wanted to speak to with regard to 58 Pearl is that is one location out of several that we're, considering. And I think that the important thing, what we need to do is make sure that we are not only expanding shelter capacity, but we're permanently expanding shelter capacity, and we're not just doing it for one winter. Because I have to say, I've been here now for going into my third winter, and I don't want to do this every single year. I think that we need to really intentionally think out what the needs are based on the data from the Homeless Alliance, and then plan forward from there. So part of that is, may involve opening a shelter in December, but it means also continuing to ensure that those operations happen throughout the year. We can't afford to lose shelter beds with the deficit that we have. So I think that by the city hoping to acquire that particular property, it ensures that we can be sure that we're meeting the population that's most in need right now from the data that is derived from the entire county.
Just one more comment. That building will be used for homeless uses because that's a requirement of the federal government. And I totally concur with you on that we need to plan out. And I don't hear a plan for those 25 respite beds or even another model with really supportive housing. I ran the first SR in the city even before COTS on Park Street. And
We're at time, Councilor Carpenter.
Thank
Sorry. Councilor Doherty, and then we will wrap up with some final comments from Councilor McKnight and Councilor Grant.
I will be super brief. Councilor Carpenter said more eloquently a number of the points that I wanted to make. I do want to just reiterate a sort of point of tension that I hear in this discussion. I hear us saying, I hear the mayor saying, and I even heard you say, Ms. Russell, that like South Burlington, Burlington cannot be in the business of creating, running, managing shelters, or be a permanent social service or provider or organization. We do not have the capacity to do that. And then in the very next sort of sentence, we're saying we are facing a deficit of 300 low barrier shelter beds that we need to meet. And I don't know what the answer to that is, but I'm extremely concerned with that tension because I, for one, reject the notion that unlike South Burlington, Burlington has the resources to take this on. And I really do want to emphasize that Burlington, Councilor Newbeezer talked about, talking to his constituents. Many of his constituents are the same as mine. I hear from folks all the time, both their despair at what our downtown is experiencing, what our city's experiencing, and then their sincere desire to live our values. And Burlington is living our values. It's worth reiterating. We have 29%, by my rough math, of the population of Chittenden County, and we are currently providing over 80% of the shelter beds. I'm sorry, but converted hotel rooms or Section 8, voucher hotel rooms are not the same as creating low barrier shelters, funding low barrier shelters, staffing low barrier shelters. And that is a tension that the city just has to take on and deal with. I don't know what the answer is, but we got to keep our eye on that ball, because the city cannot be responsible in this way for providing all of these resources, or a disproportionate number of these resources, without risking all of the other incredibly valuable and important things that our city, or that any city, has to do and is for, number one. So that was one point, I guess, that I wanted to make. The other point, I wanted to get all the way back to what Councilor Brown McKnight said, and I feel like it was mischaracterized and got brushed off in a way that I just want to revisit it. You know, it is not illegitimate for us to recognize that there are significant, we use a lot of euphemisms in this room, in this council, but there are significant issues of crime and criminality associated with these services that we're providing and that we're facilitating. And I just want to say that unless we address that ahead of time and have a plan for that ahead of time, I am going to be very, very reluctant to support providing additional services, because we've seen the impact on other members of our community who are not experiencing homelessness. And we have to have plans in place, and we have not done that, in my view, successfully yet. And I think we need to redouble our efforts on that ahead of time.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. I think we'll go to Councilors McKnight and Grant, and then if you have any final comments, we'll give you that opportunity. McKnight, Councilor McKnight, did you want the floor again?
I did. Can you tell me how much time I have and confirm that you can hear me?
I can hear you in 1 minute.
Okay. So yeah, thank you, Councilor Doherty, for teeing that up. Unfortunately, I do need to really clarify that my comments were mischaracterized. I was not basing what I was saying on some personal opinion or prejudice against the unhoused, as the mayor suggested. I was not making a broad statement about every unhoused person, and I am in no way blaming the unhoused for our safety challenges in Burlington. I'm intending to speak up for the people who are struggling at the Elmwood Pods and elsewhere, and I think that safety patrols that aim to disrupt organized drug crime will literally save some of their lives and improve life for residents. When you give a response, Mayor, like the one that you just gave to me, that dismiss my concerns and those of dozens of neighbors, while instead telling me to be careful with my language, you are creating a situation in which we cannot plan for the safety of our community, without being accused of having some kind of prejudice in some way against our unhoused community, which in my case is totally unfounded. That is not productive, and it will not lead this city to successful outcomes, and it does not give me faith in our ability to collaborate on these very difficult problems.
We're at time now, Councilor McKnight. Thank you. Councilor Grant.
Point of information?
Yes.
If the mayor was mentioned, would she have a chance to respond?
I will give the mayor and her team a last crack for any final comments at the end of this item. Councilor Grant.
Thank you. Some of the things that were said really come back to something that I've talked about frequently, and is that our city has a number of equity issues. And we have a lot of equity issues around the drug crisis in our city, and it is regrettable. I, as a police commissioner, I begged the prior administration for help with regards to significant drug activity that was increasing in the Old North End and the downtown area. Now, it is all over the city, and we have a variety of hotspots all over the city. But back then, we really, in the Central District, we were the canary in the coal mine, gasping for breath at the bottom of the cage. I personally, multiple times, advised the prior administration that, given the location of the pods, which was near multiple active drug houses, they would be preyed upon. So that activity was already in our neighborhood, and it increased. It continued to increase to where it is now, and I am by that area all the time. I walk by that area, I drive by that area, I see it. And I watched it grow with, there's no depth to my frustration. So I think we have to be careful. They were preyed upon. There was notice given. We have had some substantial arrest with regards to some of these drug houses. I don't want to mention addresses because innocent people live in those buildings and apartments that weren't part of that activity. But it was known. It was known. And because of the people who lived in our area and because of the economics and the racial differences, we just weren't treated the same. And the urgency wasn't there. I begged for help, and I'm still begging for help. And I just want that on the record because it was, in fact, discussed multiple times, many, many times. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. This is obviously a very important and pressing issue for the city and for the council, and that is why we have allowed ourselves to go over time on this item. Appreciate councilors, their questions and comments. Brian and Sarah, appreciate your being here. Again, know that you were here last go around for our last meeting when this was postponed, and I think is another reason why there's a number of questions and comments in the queue here. Now that we're done with councilors here, as I mentioned before, Brian, Sarah, and the mayor, happy to give your team a brief opportunity here to wrap up before we move to the next agenda item.
Thank you. I wanted to just briefly say there were a number of items that were raised where folks asked for additional information, and so my office will work on getting that information, including incidences from the Burlington Police Department and Police Fire Department at encampments. A little bit more information we're not able to get into tonight. Last time in July, one of our city attorneys, Haley's last name, I don't have it in front of me. Anyway, McClanahan, thank you. Prepared information specifically in the Urban Reserve. We will share that. I will continue to share updates on our important developing relationship with town managers because we will get much further when we can collaborate. Other towns have different taxing capacities. People are willing to partner, but I want to offer to remember they watch what we talk about here in these council meetings, and if our ultimate goal is one to house people, if our ultimate goal is to address the ongoing drug issues in our city, specifically the Old North End, which has been riddled with this for decades, and if we want to specifically also have constructive conversations and a unified front in the state government level, then we really have to think about strategically how we have this conversation as leaders of the city in these chambers here. And believe me, as a former state legislator, the state is not getting off the hook here. This is why we're revamping our legislative agenda and our process as collaborators together. You'll get more on that when I get to the mayor updates at the end of tonight. And I want to there's a few other items around where do people go during the day. I want to speak around the Community Resource Center, what's happening there, what's happening beyond 58 Pearl Street. There is a lot going on, and I think we are all better served when we can work to listen to each other. And when I offer caution, it's mainly in caution because I'm doing this every day, multiple hours a day, about what I'm hearing from our partners. And I'm trying to facilitate and bridge council to partners, to towns, to state. And let's just remember we're all on the same page, on the same team here as the leaders of Burlington, or I hope we are, that we can push a values-based agenda here where we're bringing humanity to this conversation. It is complicated. I guess I said in the beginning of this, if this was solvable in an easy way, we would have done it already. So we're in this together, truly, and I look to all of you as partners, and we can have tricky conversations together, but let's stay in that collective space so we can lead Burlington forward in this very tricky crisis that we're facing for unhoused people.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and Sarah and Brian, appreciate your being here. I think with that, we can probably turn to our next item on our agenda, if that works for you all, which is item 7.7, a mayor's update on community safety. We have listed this item for 40 minutes, and I am going to try our best to keep the council to the time that has been put forward on the agenda. Obviously, meeting the needs of our collective community safety, has quite a bit of overlap with the last agenda item, and so to the extent this agenda item can be kept to new issues, that would be appreciated. Mayor, I would give you the floor first, just as last time, and then we can turn to councilors for questions and comments.
Point of information.
Yes.
Clearly, we are going to run up against the rules, and I am wondering whether it just might be prudent right now to make a motion to suspend the rules and allow us to continue. I generally say the deliberative agenda, but the mayor has also indicated that she wants to talk about some things that are not going to be in the deliberative agenda. So perhaps perhaps we need to have committee reports, because this is the only meeting of the council in the summer. So is it appropriate, this is my point of information, to suspend the rules now to complete our agenda so that we're not running up against that time frame?
I believe that motion would be appropriate at this point in time.
So I think that, hoping that we can be prudent with the exercise of our time, I would move to suspend the rules to allow us to go beyond the 10:30 deadline to complete the full agenda.
Councilor Bergman's made a motion to suspend the rules to complete the agenda. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Broderick. Is that motion debatable?
Yeah.
Is there any discussion on that
Yes.
motion? Councilor Litwin?
I'd like to put a cap on it, and I'm wondering what you think would be reasonable, considering that our mayor has on numerous occasions talked about the need to get out of here at a reasonable hour.
I'm actually going to try to speak within 4 minutes of my own, for my own resolution, and I believe that the amendments that are posted will be friendly. So, I mean, I don't know, in terms of the big items, I have no idea how the time for other things.
Well, and so let me just say here, I think if we get through the deliberative agenda here, finishing the agenda will involve committee reports, city council general affairs, update from the city council president, and the mayor general affairs. Just speaking on my own behalf here, I will not have a city council president update. I will keep that off. Committee reports, we will keep to 1 minute each. City council general affairs, I will ask that any councilors speak to no longer than 2 minutes on city council general affairs. And I suspect the mayor can, as she has in the past, keep mayor general affairs brief, certainly no longer than the 10 minutes that are posted.
So I would offer an amendment and hope that it's friendly, that we cap at 11 p.m. And that we can revisit it at 11 p.m. if we need to, but I would like to try and expedite this process.
Assuming that, and I'll ask the city attorney if we can, if we suspend the rules and with allowing us to complete our agenda up to 11 o'clock, and then at 11 o'clock, if there's more business, we can move to suspend the rules again. If that's okay, then that would be okay with me.
That is okay.
Thank you. So my motion is...
I have a brief point.
Okay. Well, first, there's been a motion to amend the motion. And so the question is it friendly to you, Councilor Bergman, that we put a cap on the deliberative agenda to 11 p.m.?
It is.
Okay. And then is it friendly to Councilor Broderick, who seconded the motion?
Like Councilor Bergman said that, and Councilor Litwin said, that's under the assumption that we will revisit it at 11 p.m. if we are
As needed. Okay. So
Yes.
it's friendly. So
Yes.
the motion is now to suspend the rules to complete our deliberative agenda by 11 p.m. Councilor McKnight, did you want to be heard on the item?
Yeah, I just had a suggestion that all comments be limited to 2 minutes only if we're voting to support this. So we change the 5-minute rule to 2-minute rule.
Okay. Well,
that is not friendly because I got like 4 minutes in my...
It's not germane to the motion. So if there's no further debate, then we will go to a vote on the amended motion, All in favor of Counselor Bergman's now amended motion to suspend the rules to complete our deliberative agenda by 11 p.m., say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That
No.
carries.
No.
Okay?
I'm opposed, just for the
okay.
record.
Without a unanimous vote and with a counselor online, we will need to go to a roll call vote. The clerk will
Counselor
call the roll.
Barlow.
Yes.
Counselor Bergman.
Yes.
Counselor Broderick.
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter.
Yes.
Counselor Doherty.
Yes.
Counselor Grant.
So we're not voting on the amendment separately.
sorry,
We're voting on
Councilor
the
Grant,
motion
you're-
with the amendment. I just want to be clear on what I'm voting on.
Yes, the question is whether or not you approve suspending the rules to complete our deliberative agenda by 11 p.m. With the understanding being that if our agenda is not completed by 11 p.m., then it would be in order for a counselor to make another motion to extend it further at that point in time.
Just to clarify, I don't think it's the deliberative agenda. I think it is the entire agenda. So committee reports and the mayor's comments.
Well, and to clarify, we don't need to suspend our rules to complete our full agenda. The rules only say we must complete our deliberative agenda by 10:30 p.m. And so we don't have a rule that says we have to finish by 10:30. We only have a rule that says that we need to complete deliberative by 10:30. And so I am reading and understanding the motion to be that we must complete our deliberative agenda by 11 p.m.
We'll leave that, sure.
Okay, so Councilor Grant, and everyone who's voted thus far, was that your understanding? Okay. So Councilor Grant, to answer your point of information there, that is the question as to whether or not to extend the time to complete our deliberative agenda to 11 p.m.
Thank you. Yes.
Counselor Kane.
Yes.
Counselor Litwin.
Yes.
Counselor McKnight.
No.
Counselor Newbeezer.
Yes.
Counselor Shannon.
Yes.
City Council President Travers.
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
Okay, with 11 ayes and 1 nay, our rules are suspended to allow for the completion of our deliberative agenda by 11 p.m. That now takes us to item 7.6, the mayor's, 7.7, the mayor's update on community safety. And Mayor, as I mentioned before, I'll give you the floor first.
Thank you. So as we just talked about, there are many overlapping issues when it relates to community safety, and there is a memo on your agenda where we try to go into greater detail on the number of items we've been trying to advance at the same time, acknowledging the complexities and the multifaceted reality of Burlington's health and safety challenges. And so I'm just going to hit a few high points folks can certainly read, and I encourage members of the public to either look online for this memo, or we did a similar update on the mayor's email list just a few days ago. So I want to remind folks that we have invested actually millions of dollars in the fiscal year 25 budget to specifically prioritize and address community safety issues in a multifaceted kind of a way, which includes rebuilding strategically our sworn officer count in our Burlington Police Department, as well as other positions there, investing more security and social work services in our library, funding a senior advisor on community safety, which I'll come back to. This represents millions of dollars of investment that was very purposeful and in good partnership with this council. As folks know, I convened over the course of 4 meetings about 20-plus community safety advisors to really talk about specific things that we could be advancing right now that would improve the reality here in Burlington. And these are not meant to solve everything all at once, but these were very tangible ways to start moving things forward. And this, again, I'm going to give you a quick range because I mentioned this at your last meeting. But they include tangible things like staffing the front desk of the Burlington Police Department. It's not staffed right now. There's not a soul when you walk in there. It's very hard to navigate. It also includes making sure we have an updated public-facing guide to help residents and visitors alike be able to navigate our community safety system. When X happens, who do you call? When A happens, who do you call? We've had versions of that over the last couple years that need updating, clarity, translation, ease of access, shared in multiple modes. It's a very tangible way for us to help folks navigate our actual system that we have as we continue to grow and evolve it. And it also includes improving our case management coordination, not only across city departments, which I've talked about how siloed our approaches have been so far, but also with our community partners so that we're able to share information and strategically support the folks, the small number of folks in particular, who are the high users of our public safety system. We used to do elements of that early on in the ComStat early generation of those days, and we need to be bringing back some of those principles to be more effective and strategic. These six, there's 6 of them, but I didn't go through each one of them, are the beginnings of a work plan for the senior advisor on community safety, who I am very pleased, and we announced this today. We will be hiring Ingrid Jonas, who is a retired Vermont State police officer. She retired in 2021. She was the first woman to attain the ranks of captain and major within VSP. She has a long tenure of service to the state of Vermont, including this region of the state, serving as a detective in the Northwest and Chittenden Special Investigation Units. She's even worked with our Burlington Community Justice Center more recently on designing and implementing restorative justice training for police and prosecutors. She was one of my community safety advisors over the last few months of this summer. She's been deeply engaged in these conversations that generated these 6 very tangible first ideas. And the most important piece about this is that she's a systems thinker who will help us really integrate, because it can't be the job of the mayor convening all these meetings and doing that work. We really need to do a strategic investment, and she really, I can't think of a more outstanding person for this role. I'm pleased she's accepted it. She'll be starting in the next couple of weeks or so, and she'll be starting to help implement these critical first steps, among other things, which includes talking just briefly around hotspots. This is not an exhaustive list in the memo. These are, as I mentioned earlier, each one of these locations in the city have been hotter or cooler, depending on how we've been trying to address different solutions. There's different mechanics and issues going on at the library than over at downtown BHS, for example. So we're trying to really advance different strategies, figure out what works in one area that can address similar behavior elsewhere. We're trying to also make sure that the downtown BHS side of that, it's really like a 2 to 3 block area that includes the pods. We're trying to really make sure we're addressing BHS's side of things before school reopens. So again, moving things strategically, because there's multiple areas that we're trying to improve conditions. And we are meeting weekly at this point. It's being led by the director of BWD, but we have city staff from several departments, and it's a deep dedication. As folks get more used to working across departments, I'm seeing more collaboration and more creative solutions coming to the table. So I've really appreciated this internal team taking charge of this. Let's see, and I also just want to end with saying, and then I really want to leave time for all of you, that there will be a public forum, the first of several, because this is not an easy thing, and I want to have quarterly, or we'll figure out the schedule, but quarterly updates to the community, where we're going to have a public forum hosted by my office on community safety on, I don't know what day of the week this is, but September 5th at 5:30 here at Contois, so September 5th at 5:30, to begin to allow the community not only to gather more information, ask very common questions that we get frequently in my office, but to continue to give updates is the most important piece. As people will see in this memo and in my email, we've been very hard at work. There's not a day where there aren't most of my meetings touching something related to community safety. And so with that, I'm happy to answer questions or be in dialogue.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask any counselors that wish to speak on this item to please let me know now. This will be your opportunity to get in the queue. Which counselors would like to speak on this agenda item? Counselor Newbeezer, Counselor Broderick, Counselors Kane, Grant, Counselors Carpenter. Okay, I have Counselors Newbeezer, Broderick, Kane, Doherty, Grant.
Throw me in for fun.
And Litwin and Carpenter. Were you there as well? Okay. All right. So we have 7 counselors that want to speak. We have 33 minutes left. Assuming that is the final list, then we should be able to get this done with our 5-minute rule, which we will stick to. So Councilor Newbeezer, you are first. We will end this item, though, when the 33-minute clock is up.
Hopefully I won't take the full 5 minutes. I just want to thank the mayor's office for this memo. It's incredibly helpful in communicating with constituents. And again, I just want to come back to how appreciative I am of the mayor's approach and city staff's approach to public safety more broadly. I think this memo encapsulates an incredible amount of work in a very short time, work that's pragmatic and done in a way that's transparent and focused on responding to community-identified needs. It's a real change in how this city operates, how this city thinks about the role that city government plays in people's day-to-day lives. There's a lot of work ahead. This seems to be the start of years of work ahead for our community and for our city. But again, the humility and the transparency in which this administration is going about this work is seen and definitely appreciated by myself and certainly many of the constituents that I talk to about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. We next have Councilor Broderick.
Thank you. First of all, I second Councilor Newbeezer's comments and thanking the administration for all their work in attempting to tackle this issue. My question pertains to the management of these hotspots and the implementation of the strategies of what has been implemented so far when it comes to the hotspots. Specifically, for my question, and based on from my constituents pertaining to the Buell and Orchard Terrace area, what have been the successes that have been seen there, and what have been some of the challenges in tackling the issue of these hotspots? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Well, you picked the hottest of the hotspots right now for Buell Street. So as folks might be tracking, we started with the library. They had a lot of activity outside the library. And then once we got that a little bit more under control, behavior moved into the parking garage. And then once we started addressing the parking garage security, it moved into Buell Street or compounded with what was going on in Buell Street. It's the nature of why this is so complicated. I would say what some of the most successful themes I've seen in all these sites as we've been working across departments is increased coordination. So making sure that, it sounds really simple, but that departments are able to talk to each other around what they're seeing on the ground. We all know we don't have a lot of resources in terms of police officers patrol, but getting real-time information. What are the specific times of the day? For example, at the library, I'll come back to Buell in a second, but at the library, they have gone down to a system when the library is operating. They have their own private security. They have more investment, obviously, as we've done for fiscal year 25. But the beginning of before they open and then towards the end of the day after they closed, there were folks coming in and around the library and having some more frequent patrols in those particular kinds of the times of day were strategically helpful for the library, but also bringing in additional departments, permanent inspections, for example, to start addressing some properties that are in the area that are becoming places where folks we know are increasing. I don't know. I can't remember all the details, but there's some problematic behavior in and around certain buildings across the street from the library, for example. So increased coordination, increased patrols. Also working with our not only partners, but the folks who are having the most impact, in particular the churches you heard in public comment, for example. So making sure we're giving them direct contacts within the city so we can explain trespassing, we can explain where they can get additional support. So we have real-time information from them as well. And being able to supplement when we have gaps. So back to the parking garage, for example, our private security contract was not fulfilling what we should deserve in terms of services we were paying for. So we pivoted and are close to, if not finished, getting a contract with the sheriff's department to make sure that we have supplemental support there and that we're utilizing all of our resources in strategic ways. And ideally, and this is the bigger conversation system-wide, using our police officers where they're most effective, having them transport folks, for example, or sitting with them at the hospital or transporting to the St. Albans facility is not the best use of officers. So that's the larger system level stuff that we need to be also thinking about. So we're freeing up the best professional to respond to the certain issues. But Beale Street is a significant challenge. I mean, anyone who's gone anywhere near that neighborhood, we drove through there several times. I did a ride along about a week ago. There's a lot going on there, and yet the officer I was riding along with said he can go up and have a conversation with like 80-90% of the people there. I mean, I'm quoting him when we did a drive-by. And so I think there is, getting back to what I said at some point tonight, understanding who are the folks having the most acute harm on our community and making sure we're being really diligent of what are the solutions there and improving our working relationship with the state's attorney's office, the court system in general. That is really, again, another bigger system change that we really have to get on top of. And I've given that expectation for our city leadership that we're doing our part of making sure that relationship's working.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. Councilor Kane and then Councilor Doherty.
Okay, thanks. I tend to be very to the point, but I'll just take a moment to thank you. I know this is incredibly hard work, and yeah, I don't thank you enough. So a couple of lines stood out in the memo, one of them being the Beale Street increased law enforcement patrols. I'd like to talk in a little bit more detail about that. I go by there a couple times a day, and I still am not seeing a difference. There was one day this past week when it was a bit better. I'm wondering if you can detail what those additional patrols look like. Does it look like just like verbal instruction for officers who are on duty to try to make an extra pass around there, or do you know if it's like a tangible certain number of additional visits on an hourly or certain basis per day? I'm wondering if we can get some more detail on that. Thanks.
Well, as mayor, I don't have that data off the top of my head, so we can get you that information. I will also note that sometime in the last 2 to 3 weeks, there was a drug bust on that street that we have been partnering with the DEA on. It takes a lot of time to do all the maneuvering and the strategizing and the evidence collection to make sure that when you do that kind of thing, there's a case that's built well with what's needed to be successful. So that's partly what's been happening there, but we can get back to you more on the patrols. It's very schedule dependent, obviously, but we can sort of give you that data.
Thanks. It just seems to me like it would be a good spot for officers to be at least like on an hourly basis or to just generally be when they're not occupied with other incidents. I have another question, which is there's a line about, I think, the CJC being increasingly involved with the police department, providing pre-charge diversion. I am wondering if I can get a better sense for what that looks like. I am also thinking that maybe the CJC could be helpful. We have this issue, I think this pretty well-known issue with conditions of release being perceived by the community as being inadequate and offenders being right back on the street the same day. I am wondering if the CJC is used or if there are efforts to better integrate the CJC into the justice system, into the conditions of release, sort of standards within the courts. And I'd also like to hear more about the pre-charge diversion referenced in the memo. Thank you.
So we can send you some more information on the pre-charge memo. I'm not as well briefed on the details of that, but I will say that the CJC is a well-utilized source with the cases where it's appropriate. I have a couple meetings lined up in the next week or so leading up to the September 5th Community Safety Forum so that we can have information. This is one of the most frequent questions that we get is around the release of folks who have had an incident, committed a crime, et cetera. So I'll be meeting with State's Attorney Sarah George. I forget who the other meeting is with, perhaps with the court system, to really get a handle on what is going on here and how do we have answers for folks and really figure out where is the breakdown here with folks who are causing the most acute harm here in the city, and how do we communicate with residents and business owners, et cetera, about what's going on. So we'll have more information on that soon. Again, I'm not to pretend to be an expert on the criminal justice system. I know as a state legislator, we've heard this a lot as well. the courts are still backlogged, and there is that chronic issue. And so there's got to be more information there, though, about what else we can be doing. And if we need to advocate on a state level, that will clearly be one of the most important things I'll be advocating as being part of our legislative agenda for 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kane. Councillor Doherty, and then Councillor Grant.
Yeah, thanks. And Madam Mayor, Councillor Kane actually asked several of the questions that I had, and I won't repeat them. I'm gratified to hear that you're engaging on the question of a pretrial supervised release. This is obviously a tremendous concern when we see reports of people being arrested and then immediately released, and then reoffending and being arrested and immediately released. And although I work in the criminal justice system, also do not fully understand how this is still happening like this. So I'm really eager to hear your report back on your discussions with the state's attorney, and to hear hopefully your advocacy in favor of reform that makes it more difficult for offenders to continually commit crimes and then recidivate. I also, like Councillor Kane, have been spending a lot of time on Orchard and Buell in large response to constituents who've been reaching out to me. I've been going by there just about every day for the last couple weeks, either when I'm driving home or driving to work or when I'm walking the dog. And I, like Councillor Kane, have not noticed, and I will just convey to you that the constituents that I'm talking to are not conveying to me that they're feeling like this is a hot spot that has been even remotely adequately addressed. And one thing that I observed, I in my travels there, have observed all manner of criminal conduct, from violence to open-air drug use, to open-air drug dealing, late model German cars with 4 or 5 people lined up at the window doing hand-to-hand deals, multiple hours of the day. What really struck me as the difference from what I remember in my own time as a federal prosecutor here in Burlington is how absolutely flagrant the criminal conduct has become. There appears to be no sense anymore that one even needs to hide the fact that you are engaged in such really serious criminal conduct. And that is a big difference between now and a couple years ago. And I can say that with absolute full assurance. If somebody walked onto Buell and Orchard Street, yesterday from out of town or from somewhere else, they'd almost think that we'd made a decision to just allow this to happen. And I know that that's not the truth. And I really hope that in your position as our mayor, you really use your bully pulpit, for want of a better word, to really push our state's attorney and to push our law enforcement leaders to coordinate and work together and to come up with really fast, hard, strategic, well thought out responses to this. Because although these problems are difficult, there are some aspects that are not difficult. It shouldn't be that difficult to prevent people from, at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday morning, just parking in the middle of Buell Street and dealing bundles of fentanyl out the window. That actually is not that difficult a problem to solve. And it shouldn't take weeks and weeks and weeks of people who live in that neighborhood calling me, emailing me, and begging for a response that I can't give them. And I don't think any of us think that that's a success.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Councillor Grant?
Friday, April 15th, 2022. My one caveat is that we've been dealing with this for over 3 years. And it goes into an email of the activity that continues to happen next door to this particular homeowner. This was part of a series of emails back and forth with a number of residents. So we, in fact, regrettably have had open dealing in our city for some time now. goes back to equity and policing and how we treat certain people based on where they live. And we, in no way do I diminish the concerns of the people living in the Beale Street area and the issues at the Marketplace Garage and the issues that our businesses are dealing with right now. The mayor will tell you, I am on her. I am on, requesting what we can have done. I'm there, but it is just simply not true that there's a change now. Yes, it has increased, but the fact is, many people have seen this activity for a few years now. I want to say I'm very thankful of the new strategies that are being put in place, because I do believe they will make a difference. We didn't get here overnight, so we're not going to get out of it overnight, but for the first time I have hope. I've really appreciated the conscious, intentional decision to include more people in the conversation, people who in a variety of ways are on the front line, be it those that work in recovery, be it those who are the CSLs, be it those who help with dealing with security within their businesses and retail theft, or deal with things like having to clean up human feces outside of their business. It is just all these different type of people who got together to really discuss what they were seeing, what they felt, where the silos were. We've so siloed, and that was something that has come up before, but was never adequately addressed. And now we've really identified that and have a real understanding that it needs to be addressed. So I am very appreciative of this. And the other changes that were discussed. But I really want to plead with everyone on this council, because sometimes the things I say, it's like, oh, there she goes again. These things matter. These things are real. And honestly, sometimes people feel like they're living in completely different cities based on the way they're treated and the way their concerns are responded or not responded to, as the case has been in some incidents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Litwin, and then Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you. I am happy to say I agree with all my progressive colleagues and Democratic colleagues about Buell Street. So I really appreciate all the efforts that you've been doing. Also, I just say I've received positive feedback about your email, your community safety email. I got some really positive feedback from Ward 7 residents, and they really appreciated it. I was on Beale Street 4 times, and I can totally affirm what is going on with what Councilor Kane and Councilor Doherty brought up, just that as soon as the police leave, it's right back at it within under an hour. And we'll talk offline, but I had some negative experiences going down there and also seeking police support. And the second thing I will bring up is those churches and the parishioners who have contacted me, some of whom are residents of mine, of my ward, are also home to meetings for people who are in recovery. And it's what I've heard at least one comment from somebody who utilizes those spaces for that reason. And so it's important that while we're centering that we're also thinking about what is that experience like for somebody who is journeying through sobriety, to have to walk, as they put it, walk around all these needles and all this drug activity to go into this sanctuary space to talk about their struggle with addiction, right? And so I just want to make sure that the Red Door Church and folks there are getting the support they need to be able to continue to provide those critical resources, because we talked earlier about how few resources we have for folks and how critical they are. The second thing, I was not able to confirm this before tonight, but I read somewhere that I think in an email from a constituent actually, that the postal worker from Buell Street was refusing to deliver for that area, and so I wasn't able to confirm with the postmaster or not, but if that's still an issue, certainly not unreasonable, but also unfair to the residents who live there. And then lastly, the last thing that I think is probably most important is that I just want to remind the public and all of us about Act 150, which was passed this year at the state level, and just quickly read that Section 413 VSA, Section 1702, they amended criminal threatening. And so a person who violates subsection A of this section by making a threat that places any person in reasonable apprehension that death, serious bodily injury, or sexual assault will occur at a public or private independent school, post-secondary education institution, public library, place of worship, polling place during election activities, the Vermont State House, or any federal, state, or municipal building shall be imprisoned not more than 2 years or fined not more than $2,000 or both. And I think it's really important that the state took that action and passed that. And so I guess I would ask you, Mayor, would you be willing to voluntarily ask that any institution that falls under that clearly post that new law in a place that's visible for everyone to see?
So I will review that and get back to you.
Thank you. And when you do that review, it would be helpful for me to know if State's Attorney George has or is planning on prosecuting anyone, or if the police department is charging anyone under this new law. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Litwin. We'll go to Councillor Carpenter, and then with no other councillors in the queue, I think try to wrap this item at that point. Councillor Carpenter?
Thanks. I'll be quick. I spoke my piece about my concern about the city stepping in the role that really where the state should be. And I feel that way with some of these community safety issues, particularly around the drug dealing and our need for support. So I'm just going to state that. I do want to acknowledge all the work you've been doing, and I don't know how we keep all the balls in the air, and acknowledge that I'm very pleased to understand that we're going to have the new safety advisor position, because it feels to me like lack of coordination is, in fact, part of our problem. And, what's the left hand and the right hand doing? And without county governance, you can't force it. And so I'm just hopeful that we can get at it, because there's too many loose pieces falling, and it's falling in our city lap, even when it's a regional problem or a state problem.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. I think we will try to wrap this item now, Mayor, but any final comments from you, or? Okay. Well, thank you very much for the presentation.
Actually,
and
can I just have 15 more seconds of my
I'm
time?
sorry, no, Councillor.
Okay, all
We're
right.
going to do one round, and that'll be it. So we'll wrap now. Certainly encourage you to follow up via email. And we will, and there is no action item on this, so we will turn to the next deliberative agenda item, which is item 7.8, a resolution requesting Vermont's congressional delegation request the Secretary of the United States Air Force replace the current F-35 mission with one that causes no harmful noise to the people living around the airport and one that is fully compatible with residential neighborhoods. On this item, I will turn to the resolution sponsor, Councillor Bergman.
Thank you. I'd move to waive the reading, adopt the resolution, and ask for the floor back after a second, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bergman. Is there a second? Thank you, Councillor Newbeezer. Councillor Bergman, the floor is yours. And I suspect I suspect a number of councillors perhaps prepared comments on this, and so I'm going to try to stick to the 5-minute rule on this, but may limit that for additional items on the deliberative agenda.
Great,
So.
thanks. I'm going to try get my stopwatch started right now. First, I want to thank Roseanne Greco and Joanna Rankin for doing the lion's share of the drafting of this resolution. It was monumental and it was essential. And I want to thank the people who have waited around. We don't often get people waiting around when we reach 10:30, and it shows the importance. This is really a very simple resolution despite its length. We have years of experience with the F-35s. We know the harmful health effects of the noise they create. We know the harmful impact on housing. We know the disruptions they cause. We know we need a different mission that's good for our people's health and the economy. And we know our congressional delegation has the power to ask the Air Force to change the mission. We know that because it's been done in other states. This is a very simple resolution because it just calls on us to ask our federal delegation to take this basic step, for them to stand up for our communities, to push for and defend our health and well-being. Who's affected by the current mission? Well, almost 6,700 people in Winooski, South Burlington, Williston, Burlington, and Colchester live in the high noise zone. Almost 4,700 of them are kids. The area is not suitable for residential uses. The studies clearly document this. You've gotten all the data in the resolution. The F-35 mission in this densely populated area is not healthy for children and other living things, as an old saying goes. Who is most affected? Black and brown people, low-income people, particularly in Winooski, people seeking affordable housing. This resolution asks us to take a simple act of solidarity with these many thousands of our neighbors. The harm they suffer is real, and our responsibility to do what we can to stop it is clear, and we try to do that with this resolution. This resolution is not radical. Guardrails are up, a replacement mission that causes no harmful noise to the peoples living around the airport, that causes no substantively adverse economic impact to the airport or community, and that is fully compatible with residential neighborhoods. Indeed, commercial airlines are doing that all the time. We wouldn't have this problem but for the fighter bombers that are there. And it seeks to work collaboratively with the other affected communities and the delegation. First, by sending communities the resolution so they can join us. And I can tell you that communications with councilors in Winooski and South Burlington indicate that they will join us, including my own. And second, by forming a multi-partisan council committee to follow up with the delegation and report back regularly to us about the progress. This is a practical and real step to stop real harms. We have the opportunity to change the mission given the change in the delegation's makeup. Given the harms, I believe we have the responsibility and we have to keep trying, because no big and important change has ever been quick and easy. It takes imagination to believe that a new way is possible and persistence to make it so. Dr. King was right when he said the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But what he left out was that the arc goes up and down and only bends towards justice if we make it so. We need a mission that causes no harmful noise to the people living around the airport, that causes no substantively adverse economic impact to the airport or community, and is fully compatible with residential neighborhoods. We need our delegation to ask for that mission. We need to work with our neighbors to make it happen. Help us make it so. Vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Bergman. Are there any other councilors that wish to be recognized on this item? I have Councilor Newbeezer, and then we'll turn to Councilor Litwin. We have Councilor Newbeezer, then Litwin, Barlow, Doherty, Grant.
First, I just want to thank Councilor Bergman for introducing this resolution and for the folks who showed up to speak in support of it. This body, like any legislative body, any department in government at all levels, is not going to make true progress without residents coming out and making their voices heard. So I deeply appreciate you all taking the time tonight. I have proudly opposed the basing of the F-35s at our airport since 2018. They have been a giant waste of federal taxpayer dollars. This issue, along with my opposition to the privatization of our telecom, was one of the first two issues I organized around when I was a student at UVM. The F-35s have had a severe impact on our community, and in particular, my neighbors in Ward 1. More than 6,000 folks in Winooski, South Burlington, Williston, Burlington, and Colchester are exposed to noise levels of 65 decibels or more due to these jets. And I think we heard public comment today say, anecdotally, someone had registered 120 decibels. The science is clear that those levels are harmful and unsuitable for residential areas. This extreme noise has exacerbated our housing crisis, forcing the removal of affordable homes and driving up land acquisition costs. The often referenced assertion I've heard over the years since being in support of a new mission is that the Air Guard would lose its mission altogether if the F-35s were replaced. That has been debunked. Alternative missions such as military transport aircraft could meet our needs without causing such extreme noise impacts. A mission like that would preserve vital firefighting services, potentially increase local jobs, and allow for the rebuilding of affordable housing lost due to the extreme noise pollution. On top of all that, like I said, myself and my neighbors in Ward 1 are just simply tired of our home shaking and our conversations being interrupted every time these jets go by. They are simply not compatible, or comparable rather, to the experience of dealing with commercial aircraft coming in and out of our airport. It's for all these reasons, and one last one, I'll just say anecdotally, because I heard folks, the theme of the impact on children. I'll say, you know, I have a 3-year-old at home, I've got a newborn on the way. A jet going by my home at 9 p.m. has woken him up every single time, and I don't know if any of you have had to get 3-year-olds down to bed, but once they're down, it's nice for them to stay sleeping and not be jolted awake by military aircraft. So it's for all these reasons that I will be happily supporting this resolution and appreciate all my Ward 1 neighbors coming out tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. Councilor Litwin?
Thank you. And I have what will hopefully be a friendly amended version of the resolution, and I wonder if now is the time to go into that, President.
No time like the present.
Okay.
Councilor Litwin.
So I will just make the amended version and read it, and then ask for the floor back for a moment.
Sure. So to clarify, there is some amended language that was posted on Civic Clerk. Is that the language that you're proposing be added to the resolution?
Yes, and I'm happy to waive the reading if it's a friendly amendment and folks have had an opportunity to read it, but if not, I will read it.
I think in the interest of transparency, it makes sense for us to go through the amendment, and just so you know, Councilor Litwin, I have posted the amendment on the screen behind
Look at that, thank you. So I get the, my voice is starting to go at this late hour, so I'll do my best.
You want me to read it? Or?
No, we'll be all
Okay,
right.
got it.
So thank you, Councilor Bergman. So we've just added, we wanted to see how many folks we could get to yes. So by adding some language we hope will be friendly, we've added after line 57, whereas the City of Burlington, with the support of the Vermont Air National Guard, has used these funds to support noise mitigation efforts through a noise compatibility program and implementation plan approved by the FAA, whereby the city has been actively installing sound insulation in impacted residential properties, previously installed active noise monitors in surrounding communities, and constructed a positive ventilation and sound insulation project at the Champlain School in South Burlington. And whereas the Vermont Air National Guard has fully participated in the City of Burlington's noise mitigation efforts, including by but not limited to supporting the Technical Advisory Committee for the NCP and implementation plan, providing pivotal data for the development of a noise exposure map, and continuously advocating through our congressional delegation and FAA for additional federal funds dedicated to noise mitigation. Additionally, after line 161, We've added, whereas, since it was originally recognized in 1946, the Vermont Air National Guard has flown more than 8 different missions, and Vermonters have consistently appreciated and been grateful for their dedication to the defense of our nation, and local communities. The community stewardship exhibited by hundreds of service members and their families, and the essential contributions they have made to the capital infrastructure and operations of the airport. And there's a small one here, whereas Vermonters living in the areas around Burlington have also consistently. And in the last resolved clause, be it further resolved that the City Council President appoint a tripartisan committee to follow up on this resolution with the congressional delegation and their staff and report back regularly to the full council on their progress. This committee shall exist until a formal response is received from either the United States Air Force or the congressional delegation, at which point the committee shall prepare and submit a final report to the full council summarizing the committee's work, the response received, and any recommendations on the next steps. And be it further resolved that the City Council respectfully requests that the mayor meet with the leadership of our airport and the Vermont Air National Guard on or by October 1st of this year, 2024, report back to the City Council on the status of collaborative noise mitigation efforts, VTANG's contributions to the airport's capital infrastructure, and how, if at all, the resolution may impact VTANG's future operations at the airport.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Litwin, for reading that through. Do you have any further comments on the proposed amendment?
Really briefly, I just wanted to say that this was a difficult decision to come to. I received many comments from folks all over, but specifically also from Ward 7, some of whom who spoke tonight. And, you know, there are an array of opinions on this topic. And my hope is that this is a way of, I appreciate I think you said the safety rails or rail guards? Guardrails. I knew there was a word for that. And I also acknowledge those, and I just want to say, I don't think that this has been, you know, a giant waste of tax dollars. We have received $100 million of investment into our airport. There's over 1,000 jobs associated with the F-35 program. And so in an effort to try to get us to yes, I hope that this amendment is satisfactory to the sponsor.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Before asking the Councilor Bergman weigh in on formally as whether the amendment's friendly, Councilor Bergman, do you want to take a moment to speak to the amendment at all?
Yeah, really briefly, just to go sequentially. I think that the initial amendment proposal is factual. It is answered in terms of the inadequacy of the noise mitigation in the resolution itself, but to the extent to which it merely reflects a reality that this is what we've been doing, I find it to be, you know, not in conflict with the resolution. With regard to the next, then those are the first two blocks. With regard to the next amendment, which is after line 161, it also is a factual recognition of the many missions and expresses an appreciation and of, you know, for the work of the Guard. And there's nothing in this resolution that's in conflict or in contradiction with that. In fact, this is supportive of the idea that missions can change, and so that you get where I'm going with that. While I have problems with the way that the end of our committee would come about, it is, to me, not a poison pill, because I think that if we get a perfunctory response, we'll proceed with it the way we're going to. I think it shoots us in the foot in that it eliminates our ability to continue to work with the delegation because that's really who we're working with, not with the Air Force. But I'm willing, in the hopes that we get a unanimous council to support that. And again, asking the mayor to meet with the leadership of the airport, which she would do regularly anyway, and the guard, which I know that she is going to be doing, and asking for information from them, including how they think that the resolution might impact them, seems to be a totally reasonable thing. In fact, the guard, when they were here during the lease negotiation meeting, talked about missions changing all the time. So I don't anticipate this as being a problem, and all that is by way of explanation of my acceptance of these as friendly.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. I will turn to the seconder of the motion, Councilor Newbeezer, to ask if they are friendly to you as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Newbeezer. So, Councilor Litwin, as they are friendly to the maker and the seconder, the underlying resolution is amended as you have proposed. I think you pretty much spoke to the matter, but did you want the floor back at all at this point?
I just wanted to say this, one last part, which is my office is in the 70 decibel zone. So I empathize with the folks who spoke today. And I think all of us can say we've witnessed moments where the F-35 sound has been troubling. There used to be a dog park I took my dog to in South Burlington, and I can tell you the day that the F-35s took off from there was memory I will never forget, and I never brought her back there, and that dog park no longer exists. So I will just share that I also am incredibly supportive of the National Guard, and had watched them take off on 9/11 and be the first responders to Manhattan within 20 minutes. So I don't want to see any adverse impact to our community, to the people who are associated with the National Guard, their families, and certainly not to the development of our airport as a regional hub. And that's all at this late hour.
Thank you, Councilor Litwin. Councilor Barlow, the floor is yours now on the resolution as amended.
Thank you, President Travers. I will not be supporting this resolution tonight. The question about changing VTANG's mission has been asked by this council before, and it's been answered by the Air Force. No new information was offered here tonight, and I'm a little disappointed that we are revisiting a settled issue like this one when we have so many other urgent matters competing for this body's limited time, attention, and resources. If the congressional delegation wants to ask the Air Force about a different mission for VTANG, they don't need a council action to do so. They have that authority already. I reached out to VTANG after this resolution came forward. I'm glad we're recognizing the noise mitigation efforts with the amendments that were just added, because I learned they're already working on changes to their operational plan that will make significant improvements to the noise levels in communities surrounding the airport. The Guard has already met with Winooski about these improvements, and they're in the process of meeting with other communities, and they'll be meeting with Burlington, I think, on the 22nd of this month. I want to hear more about the plan improvements, and I think others on this council who are supporting this resolution would want to hear about the noise mitigation efforts that are underway before taking any actions like the one before us tonight. I believe the resolution is flawed in its assumption that other flying missions are available and that we can replace VTANG's mission with another one that preserves the jobs and the economic benefits. There's a presumption that there are Air National Guard units with quieter airplanes available to bring to Burlington. I'm skeptical, and in the examples given in the resolution, only one of the 5 examples cited were changes in a flying mission. The other 4 lost their flying missions. And I think it's overly simplistic to think that a new flying mission could be easily swapped in for the F-35s if another mission was available. The Air Force has invested over $100 million into the airport infrastructure to support the mission of the F-35 and continues to invest in capital improvements. Funding and employment are directly tied to the F-35 mission. I'm going to say that again. Funding and employment are directly tied to the F-35 mission. The benefits that VTANG brings to the community are worth restating here. They employ over 1,000 people, about half are full-time. VTANG payroll represents over $62 million a year in salaries and benefits. Combine that with the variable yearly capital investments, and VTANG brings in $100 million a year of federal spending to our local economy. Much of the new capital investment is in support of green initiatives that VTANG has been planning and that were made possible with funding unlocked by the recent passage of the lease extension. VTANG provides firefighting and emergency response needs at the airport. Air Guard personnel staff the equipment 24 hours a day. 29 people are required for that staffing. The benefits currently cost the Air Force $2.6 million a year, and the equipment they use and maintain costs the Air Force $2.8 million a year. It costs the airport, it costs us $1 a year. It's a pretty good deal. And there's a lot to lose if we lose this mission, and so I'm not supportive of this tonight. And lastly, I just want to say, when I spoke to Colonel Finnegan, I learned that about 300 in the unit will start deploying soon. And I just want to express my appreciation to those VTANG personnel and to their families for the sacrifices they make for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. We have Councilor Doherty and then Councilors Grant and Kane.
Thank you, President Travers. I agree with much of what Councilor Barlow has said tonight, but I will be voting yes on this resolution, although for me too, this was a difficult vote and difficult decision, and I want to just take a minute to explain why. You know, I'm voting yes principally because I have great faith in our congressional delegation. And I think that our congressional delegation, if they conclude that a substitute mission is possible without harming the Vermont community, and they think that that's a feasible thing to request, then I trust them to make that decision. I will note, though, that our congressional delegation, or any member of our congressional delegation, believes that the F-35 mission is really harmful to our community, and that the negatives outweigh the benefits. They are, of course, certainly free, with or without any resolution from the city of Burlington, to make the request that this resolution asks them to make. You know, because I do have that trust in our congressional delegation, I am willing to support this. I do want to say, though, that it is certainly true that questioning and being critical of the F-35 mission and its fit within our community is not the same as being critical, disrespectful, or lacking in gratitude and respect for our Guard. That's a straw person, a straw man, and a straw dog that doesn't need to be torn down, and I haven't heard anybody say to the contrary. However, you know, our National Guard's men and women who do pay attention to our city council meetings here in Burlington do hear the rhetoric that we use. They do see that an initial draft of this resolution was drafted and put forward that did not acknowledge their sacrifice and their service. And they do hear a lot of the language when we talk about harm, when we talk about damage, when we talk about weapons of war, when we talk about, you know, harm to children. And my 3 children live very much in the path of the F-35s, and it's had a real impact on our lives, and I've made that very clear to the leadership of the National Guard. But when they hear that rhetoric, I do think it has an impact, and I do think that we should be mindful of that impact. And I do want to just fill up this space a little bit more, like I heard Councilor Litwin and Councilor Barlow do, with acknowledging and naming the tremendous service that our National Guard provides to our community, to our state, and to our country. As Councilor Litwin pointed out, our National Guard, our Air National Guard flying F-16s were the first over September 11th. over Manhattan on September 11th, at a time when my spouse was teaching a public school in Manhattan. Our National Guards people are the first to stand up when we have a flood, when we have a natural disaster. They were out there in the depths of COVID, risking their lives, their health, and the lives and health of their own families to help us prepare emergency responses. They are going to be soon abroad, in danger, defending our country and defending our freedom. We can have disagreements, and I for one, in the big picture, believe that our country writ large spends way too much on national defense at the expense of other things. But recognizing the way our rhetoric and the way these resolutions are brought forward, and the potential harm that can be done or the potential disrespect that can be done is really, really important. And I would not want any member of our National Guard and the leadership of our National Guard to mistake at least my vote to ask our congressional delegation to potentially ask for reconsideration of this to be construed as anything other than the utmost respect that I have for the work that these men and women do every single day in our community, and that we'll do tomorrow if we needed them to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. So before turning to Councillor Grant, we can hear the clock strikes 11, and we had indicated we would complete our deliberative agenda by this hour. I do need to own a mistake that I made earlier. Historically, I've always focused on the rule that says that we have to take all of our votes by 10:30, but there is somewhere else in our rules that says that the whole meeting has to adjourn by 10:30. So I own that mistake. That said, here we are nonetheless with our deliberative agenda at 11 p.m. I have spoken to the mayor's office, and the mayor has indicated that she would like 5 minutes for mayor's general affairs. I would propose to the council that any committee reports be circulated to the full council via email. I think it would be helpful for committee chairs to send out a written report to provide the full council an update as to when meetings would be. Unless any councilors object, I would also propose that we not get to city council general affairs, and I'm willing to forego the city council president council updates. So my suggestion would be that a motion to suspend our rules to complete our full meeting by 11:45 may be in order. Along those lines, not our full agenda, a motion to suspend our rules to complete our deliberative agenda and the mayor general affairs.
So I would make that motion to suspend the rules as you stated.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Councillor Broderick. Is there any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing
Yes.
none. Yeah, Councillor Litwin.
I'm not sure why we need 45 minutes to get through this, and so I'm not supportive to go to 11:45.
All right, the motion requires. Okay, I will note that with a no vote, we're going to have to go to a roll call vote, and we are taking up more time on this. The reason why I've proposed 7:45 is because we need to finish this item. We have still 3 other items in our deliberative agenda, and then the mayor's general affairs. I am hopeful that it will be done by closer to 11:30, but rather than have to do another vote, I've suggested 11:45. So is there any further discussion on the matter? All right, we will go to a vote then on the motion. I'm going to try a voice vote on the matter. All in favor of Councillor Bergman's motion to suspend the rules, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. And we will continue now. I have in the queue Councillors Grant and Councillors Kane. Are there any other councillors that wish to speak as to this item? Councillor Newbeezer. And then we will go to a vote on the resolution as amended. So I have Councillors Grant, Kane, and then Newbeezer. Councillor Grant?
When the original vote happened and we had a representative, a former representative talking about Being here from South Burlington, I just remember watching this as a resident and thinking to myself, as I watched representatives of the government of South Burlington, from the government of Winooski, from a school that was in the direct flight path, and others who are already being really affected by this, knowing what the vote was, in the vote of the public was ignored. I just remember thinking that, my God, we are really bad neighbors. We are really bad neighbors. This original vote was a mistake, and I don't think that mistake reflects badly on the work of the National Guard. I think if we're honest, they've had the conversations. They know the problem with that plane. They know it. They know the cost overruns. They know that the majority of the planes are not mission ready. We've seen accidents occur, had that crazy accident occur, and the pilot ejected and the plane wasn't found till like 30 hours later or something like that, and it could have just as easily landed in the wrong place. So they know these things too. They know these things too. And with regards to everything that they do all these things that are part of, I think, their overall presence and mission. This is not the only thing that they do. I do think we have to be realistic about the fact that we would probably get another military mission, right? A long time ago, the government took a look at our area, looked at Plattsburgh, looked at the Burlington airport, and decided to close the Plattsburgh base. I think so. I think the government's made their decision about where they want to keep the guard. I don't think that we would lose the guard. I think that that's a decision that was already made. But we may very well get drone training. I mean, that's completely possible. Those are the type of missions that are out there due to the changes in the technology of warfare. That's a real conversation to be had another day. I won't go too far down that line. But we have real harm happening in our community, continuing to happen in our community. I do appreciate the noise mitigation work that has been done, the attempts, but it's not enough, and I don't think there's enough faith in this airplane. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Kane, and then Councilor Newbeezer, and then we'll go to a vote.
Thanks. I wasn't originally planning to speak on this item because it's been covered very thoroughly, and I appreciate everyone's work to make this happen. But I am speaking because I heard several references to the jobs associated with the F-35 program here, and I did not hear any references, I don't believe, to the genocide that's being committed using these planes. I would like everyone to join me, and I'll use some of my 5 minutes here to take a moment of silence, thinking about these planes that train over the beautiful Green Mountains and Lake Champlain and the Adirondacks here that are used to murder poor brown refugees halfway around the world.
Councilor Kane, I don't think we've taken a moment of silence there. I don't think we're going to use the full 5 minutes.
Thank
for
you.
that purpose. Okay. Thank you, Councilor Kane. Councilor Newbeezer?
Can I be recognized to call the question, please? Councilor Newbeezer has already spoken on the topic.
You're correct about that.
I've not spoken on the amended resolution, and I would just ask to be recognized as I've been sitting in the
The motion's been made.
Okay. The point of information is taken. I did indicate that, I apologize for that. I had indicated that I would recognize Councilor Newbeezer again And Councilor Nubizer still had a little bit of time left there. Were there any councilors that wanted to speak on this item? Okay. Councilor, all right. So Councilor Nubizer, I had indicated before, perhaps mistakenly, admittedly, that I would recognize you again. So we will go to you, and then we will go to Councilor Doherty, and we will go to a vote.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to be clear, and I think the point's well taken. There's nothing about this resolution, opposition to the basing of the F-35, talking about waste, fraud, and abuse when it comes to our military spending federally. That should be equated with not appreciating the service and dedication of the National Guard, our veterans at any, in any branch of the military. I have close family that are active military in multiple different branches, multiple different family members who are veterans from multiple different branches of our military, 3 former roommates who are in the Vermont National Guard currently. The sacrifice that they make for all of us is critical. And what they're sacrificing for is the basic civil liberties and freedoms that we all enjoy. And one of those is to be able to criticize your government and have open democratic debate. So never gonna apologize for that. I'm proud that I live in a community that we can do that. And certainly nothing about my position nor my colleagues' position is in conflict with a deep appreciation for the service that our active military personnel and veterans provide for our community. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Nubizer. Councilor Doherty, in fairness, we'll give you one more crack, and then we'll go to a vote if you could keep it very brief.
Well, I certainly agree with Councilor Nubizer on all the points that he just made. I think that they largely echo what mine are, and I do want to re-express my gratitude to Councilor Litwin to putting in some language in the draft where it was previously lacking, acknowledging our guardsmen service. And I just feel obligated to put on the record that to the extent that Councilor Kane was suggesting or just flat out stating that our guards, our National Guard was involved in genocide and murder, I want to disavow myself from those comments because I disagree with them completely.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. We will go to a vote then now on the resolution as amended. And I will ask that the clerk please call the roll.
Counselor Barlow?
No.
Counselor Bergman?
Yes.
Counselor Broderick?
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter?
Yes.
Counselor Doherty?
Yes.
Counselor Grant?
Yes.
Counselor Kane?
Yes.
Counselor Litwin?
Yes.
Counselor McKnight?
Yes.
Counselor Nubizer?
Yes.
Counselor Shannon?
Yes.
City Council President Travers?
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
With 11 ayes and 1 nay, the resolution as amended carries. Thank you. That then takes us, if folks could please, thank you. That takes us now to item 7.9. Resolution changes to City Charter, Articles 62, 63, and 65 regarding police oversight short form ballot question. We are required to, now that we've put this question towards the ballot, come up with language for the ballot. Councilor Bergman, as Chair of the Charter Change Committee, I will turn to you to introduce the matter.
Thank you. I'd like to move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution, and after a second, briefly have the floor back.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Doherty. Councilor Bergman, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The key part is what we're voting on is the short form, and clearly the short form boils down all of the work that was done mostly in the Joint Committee, but then in the Charter Change Committee, and we've had that kind of conversation before. The keys are on lines 134 through 148. It's a lot of stuff. I will not read that into the record, but I think that we have tried, the city attorney's office and I, to summarize clearly what we have done and made sure that all of the relevant points are taken. And I would hope that we did a good job and that you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Does any other councilor wish to be recognized on this item? We'll go Councilor Shannon, then Councilor Litwin.
Thank you, President Travers. I think that the language is really confusing. It's going to be difficult for voters to read this. I don't have an alternative that I think is better. But I'm also concerned because we haven't had the public hearings on this yet, and changes could be made based on the public hearings. And so I'm wondering about the timing of adopting this tonight. What happens if something changes after public hearings? And do we have the ability to make, which may or may not affect, depending on what it is, may or may not affect anything in the short form language. But if it does, do we still have the ability to change the short form?
I think that's a question for the city attorney.
The answer would be yes, based upon comments at the first public hearing, not a second one. But the way the statute is constructed, comments made at a proposed charter change public hearing can be reflected in an amendment to the measure. And if the amendment to the if there was an amendment, sorry, it's getting late. If there was an amendment to the measure, then that could be reflected on an amendment to the short form.
So I suppose just a clarifying follow-up to perhaps either the city attorney or the CAO would be whether if the short form language was approved with respect to the measure that has already been warned for the ballot, is there a commitment from the city to hold on forwarding the short form language to the ballot printers until the public hearing process is complete?
I am double checking my calendar from Sarah Montgomery. Just give me one moment, please.
Okay. While you are double checking that,
I have another brief
the floor
question.
is still yours, Councilor Shannon.
Which is just that the long form is available in the voting booth as well, right? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. While the CAO is reviewing that information, Councilor Litwin, I'll turn to you.
This might be the briefest I've ever been. I just wanted to point out, maybe it's a technical correction that can be made very easily, but on lines 95, 96, and 112, maybe it got fixed. I don't know, so much has happened. It just says his or her instead of their, and so following best inclusive practices, I would just love us to fix that.
Yes, I am confirming that if something changed at tomorrow night's meeting, we would be able to reflect and changed a change. Yeah, it's getting too late. I'm sorry. We would be able to reflect changes, and we will hold off until we receive those changes.
Okay. And to confirm, yeah, it's not tomorrow. The public hearings are warned for August 15th and August 22nd.
Yep. And that was warned, sorry, just to be clear, it was warned for the 15th because that is the last day that we need those changes. So there is some urgency, but it is my understanding that those changes could be taken into effect, as Attorney McNeil stated.
President Travers, if I may.
Bergman.
So my suggestion to be making those changes, which we now can hear that can be done from a legal physical way, is to make sure that that comment is made at the public hearing, the first public hearing. And so once that's done, I mean, it's stylistic, and the chances are that we could get the Ledge Council, assuming it passes, to do it down in Montpelier, because they do that anyway. But rather than have to worry about that, that would be my suggestion
Okay, and then for the public hearing portion, it sounds to me like then we will need time. I guess, President Travers, maybe you can be in email contact with us about how we get from listening to the people on the 15th to making those changes on the 15th and getting them to CAO Shad and the attorney on the 15th. That sounds like a bit of a snafu.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, we can be looking at this on the question of confusing short-term language and trying to suggest an alternative even for that meeting on the 15th. So we could go into the meeting with a solution that hopefully clarifies any confusion.
And as just a point of information, could be put forward in the public hearing. I mean, counselors can speak at the public hearing, the city attorney can make comments, the mayor can make comments. So we have the opportunity to do that at the public hearing so that then the legislative body can take that action.
Right, so my point was we would need to have a session then that night where we discuss what the public has said so that we can take into account any changes that this body wants to propose or make, which we may disagree or agree on based on input from the public. And so
The public hearing has been warned as a regular meeting of the city council.
Great.
Are there any other councilors that wish to speak on this matter? Councilor Newbeezer?
I just put out there that the confusing process or the potential snafus are exactly why I think we made a mistake last council meeting in doing what we did around process on this. But now we're running into those issues. I'm glad we're figuring them out, but this is what was raised last meeting.
Okay. Councilor Carpenter?
2 points, just to clarify. The 15th is a regular meeting. And in past, we've often not had full attendance at public hearings like this. So what I'm hearing is if we want to support this with some unanimity, we all ought to be here on the 15th, because that's our last chance.
Well, I'll turn to the city attorney's office here. Your comment is that the only opportunity for amendment is based on public comments made at the first public hearing, and that at the second public hearing it is your position that there is no opportunity for amendment for comments made at the second public hearing.
That's the quirk in this statute, that you have to make comments at the first public hearing for them to get incorporated. It doesn't mean that the legislature can't do it, but in terms of amending a measure that's been passed out for voter approval as a charter change, to effectuate a change to it, it has to be on the basis of comments made at the first public hearing.
Okay, and to confirm, those amendments need to be made prior to the second public hearing, such that at the second public hearing, folks have an opportunity to comment on it and
They could then comment on it as to whether they like it, don't like it, or whatever, but the active step of getting to the change in the short form that was suggested to be confusing, the best way to do that is, number one, to have us look at it again before the public hearing, and to have either the city attorney's office or through communications with us, someone else say, here's how this could be improved.
Okay. Councilor Carpenter.
Just to, in my own mind, so it will be very important for the full council to try to be here on the 15th, more so than on the 22nd. Just looking at past practices with charter changes, we've had some charter change hearings where we had nobody at, hardly. So I'm just trying to throw that out there. And then the other thing, I recollect in one time since I've been on the council, that we had a confusing charter issue and made a decision to actually include the entire charter change with the mailing of the ballot, which is different than putting the short form on the ballot, but it was an additional step to get more education out there. And this is not a horribly long item, so I don't know how we make that decision, but I'd like to discuss that. Yeah.
Unfortunately, because this is a state election, it's not something that's easily controlled by the city. That is my understanding from the Secretary of State's office.
So will this ballot item be, I mean, will
Sorry, I'm confusing things. We're talking about this will be in March, not
No,
in
November.
November, yes, then I'm right. It's November.
Yeah.
So what we've discussed with the Secretary of State is if we wanted, could we just print the whole long form, not as a separate attachment? The answer is yes. We don't have a clear answer from the Secretary of State's office if, because it's so long, it were to cause additional pages. Would that cause a problem for the state? Would it cost money? Things like that. But in theory, it's possible, but it's an ongoing discussion with the state.
Attorney, yeah?
Yes, you're right, Councilor Carpenter, that there have been many situations where the judgment has been made that it's better to print the entire question than attempt a short form. The statute gives you the right to do a short form where it would be too complicated, too lengthy to have it put out in full. So I'm assuming that's been the judgment here with regard to this question. So we'll try to make the short form as legible and understandable as possible, eliminating any confusion, but there will also be the backup of the full question being in the ballot box.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other counselors that wish to speak on this item? All right, to confirm, after this meeting, likely tomorrow, I will send around clarifying information along with the city attorney's office and CAO with respect to the order of business for both the public hearing on the 15th and on the 22nd. It appears that there's some understanding that if the language were to change at any point, that there would be a further opportunity to amend the short form ballot question, even if this measure were passed as written tonight with respect to the measure as it was currently warned for the ballot. So with that in mind, I think we will then go to a vote, unless any other counselor has questions or comments on the matter, on the motion presented by Councilor Bergman, which proposes ballot question based on the matter as it was initially warned by the council. We'll try a voice vote on it. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously, and again, I will follow up with additional information regarding the logistics for the meeting on the 15th. That then takes us to item 7.10 and 7.11, which are related ordinances regarding the vehicles for hire. Councilor Shannon, could I turn to you as the chair of the ordinance committee on these items, or Councilor Barlow, are you prepared to make the motions? I know you've been, okay. Councilor Barlow, I'll turn to you then on items. If you want to present items 7.10, 7.11 together, perhaps as an explanation, and then we could do sequential motions on each item.
Sure, I'm happy to do so. Both of these items came from the Vehicle for Hire Licensing Board. The TUC acted as the Vehicle for Hire Licensing Board for a couple of years, so we sort of experienced some of the challenges that the Vehicle for Hire Licensing Board had been experiencing in many, and they're a quasi-judicial board that hears complaints from riders in our Vehicle for Hire and taxi system. So out of that came, eventually we didn't have a full Vehicle for Hire board, so then we got 3 people of the 5 that constitutes a full board in operating as a functioning board. And so they brought forward these suggestions for improvements to the taxi system. 7.10 mandates that taxis operating at Burlington out of the taxi queue for trips less than 50 miles or less, that they use their meters to charge people. And 7.11 has two changes. The first is that taxis must accept two forms of major debit or credit cards. Right now, they can operate cash only if they want. So this would require that any taxi licensed by the city of Burlington accept credit cards. And also on 711, there's a provision, because we only have a 3-member board, and that because there's already been cases where they don't have a quorum, because they all have to be there in order to adjudicate these complaints, that we make a change. This came from them, that they would like the chair of the way they want the TUC to participate if they don't have a full quorum. So the way it sort of was presented through some deliberation is that the TUC chair may appoint a TUC member to serve on the vehicle for hire licensing board during a meeting if the board doesn't have a quorum, and we would know about that in advance. So 711 makes those two changes. So shall I go ahead and make that motion to keep us on time here, or should I and then entertain questions if there are any?
Sure. And on these items, why don't you go ahead and make a two-part motion on both 7.10 and 7.11?
Okay, these are both second readings, and I would, for 7.10, I would waive the reading and adopt the appendix to the Burlington Code of Ordinances. And for 711, also a second reading, I would waive the reading and adopt the ordinance as amended by the Ordinance Committee.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Is there a second to that two-part motion?
Second.
Second by Councilor Bergman. Any councilors wish to be recognized on the motion? All right. Seeing no one, we will then go to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So that brings us to the end of our deliberative agenda. The only item left on our agenda based on our motion to suspend our rules is Mayor General Affairs. So Mayor, I will turn to you.
It's like the microphone's not working. Everything's conspiring against me. All right, so I'm going to keep this, try to my best to keep this to 5 minutes and put out a written version of a lot more information later this week. My usual format is some general updates, and then some city highlights, and then where I've been in the community, and then state and regional work. I'm going to try to stick to just general updates for tonight. So a couple staff changes in my office or the administration, just to flag. Amanda Gomez, who's been an amazing temporary assistant, she actually came in as an intern and switched into a temporary office role. This woman is beyond her years and has done a remarkable job, but she'll be ending at the end of August to go back to finish her college degree. But we will have a new assistant beginning in September, Sinead Murray, who will be also fabulous in this role. Ingrid Jonas, as I mentioned before, will begin soon as our senior advisor on community safety. And finally, I'm sorry, acting city attorney Joe McNeil, but city attorney Jessica Brown starts next week, which we are all very excited about. And I want to thank Joe for really stepping in yet again for the city, for his service. It feels hard to say this at 11:33 p.m., but we were here at 2 a.m. in the past, so this is early for us, so we got this. But I really appreciate all your service to the city in this temporary role. This week begins goal setting work with my office, and each of the department heads will be doing this with each of the 18 of them. It's a in tandem effort with the evaluation process that I know the HR committee is developing with our interim HR director. This will be an attempt to be very clear with department heads about the goals for their department, and then professionally as a leader to guide their work for the next year. And I really value good process and transparency on all levels, so this will inform my decision a few months from now around who I'm reappointing in the next cycle. I really want to make sure that's a well-thoughtful process and that everybody knows that we're on the same page, and I can use that as an accountability tool when necessary, but more importantly, a coaching guiding point as the mayor. A couple major projects that I want to make sure on people's radars: the Memorial Auditorium, Memorial Block, and which includes the auditorium. Engagement process will begin in September. It's going to be bookended by 2 public engagement meetings. I'm excited that this will be a first effort of cross-department collaboration on best facilitation mechanisms and engagement, so people have multiple ways to give feedback on ideas on the future of that block. We'll include some passive ways to engage at the library if you can't come to a community meeting, but multiple ways to engage and give ideas. REIB staff and my office have been working for the last several weeks on a clear vision mission statement that's ready to start engaging with community partners. So in the next week or so, REIB staff will be beginning those conversations with partners. We have a robust list that will include our city council colleagues on the REIB committee. I find this draft much more focused and impactful around what city government can do in the role of work of equity. So look for that soon, and we welcome your feedback and input on that. I continue to work with the Burlington Police Department on a number of things, but in the last couple of weeks, we've been working on clarifying their efforts to do more proactive community engagement, trust building, relationship building in our various neighborhoods. We've brought REIB in on those conversations, as well as looking at how they communicate with our community, and really getting aligned with the mayor's office around common goals and making sure that we're communicating effectively and strategically. Operational efficiency study. Catherine and Scott Parker and I have been, and my office have been working on rolling this out. Tomorrow we will share a high-level review with department heads for the first time. They'll get a copy of the draft report, as well as the high-level concepts I recommend taking out of this study. 7 general fund departments were studied in this study. We'll be meeting one-on-one with each of those department heads and someone from their leadership team between now and September 9th to hear their feedback. And then on September 9th, which is your next council meeting, I'd like to bring that to all of you for a work session to, again, share the high-level stuff I think are valuable from this study, and level set what I think is usable and what's not usable, and also include many other studies that I think are going to be important to have an integrated, cohesive conversation about what comes next. That includes the user fee study. HUD did a CEDO structure review plan or study, the CNA report, firefighter staffing study. There's a lot of them out there, and I think it only makes sense for us to integrate that information in a way that you and I can work well on that together. In terms of city highlights, I've asked department heads to actually now start preparing pieces of updates that I can just copy and paste to give you all every 2 weeks or so as city council meetings happen as we get into the fall. More regular updates from all of the departments, so you're not just hearing big things coming to council meetings, so for your reading pleasure, not that you don't have too much to read. And then finally, I just want to mention, let me get to this very end because there's a lot going on in our departments. I'm skipping over. Let's see. I just want to wrap up by talking. This much more will be in writing, and I welcome questions if you have questions on things I won't be able to share verbally tonight. For state and legislative and regional activities, I've mentioned my meetings with the town managers. We're meeting again in early September with housing providers, and then again in September to talk about coordinating our advocacy work on a state level. Building up to that, tomorrow's theme for the monthly department head meeting is collecting their legislative priorities so we can start to get organized as an administration, then taking that to legislators, incumbents at the moment, to see what their priorities are, and then I would hope to bring it to City Council for a work session with all of you soon after. I'll tell you, as a former legislator, bill drafting deadlines are sooner than you think, and for us to be organized and effective, this might feel early, but this is actually not that early to be organized. And I understand there's an election also underway, but incumbents, especially without a competitive race, often can get bill requests into the queue. So I want us to just be really smart and effective in what we need to be talking about in Montpelier. I hope that was 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I do just want to echo one item. I'm sure we'll be in touch again, Attorney McNeil, on a number of items, but I do want to echo the mayor's thanks for your support to this council and to the city over recent months. It is by no means gone unnoticed, so thank you very much. With that, absent objection, I think we have no other business, and we will...
There's
Okay.
the primaries are tomorrow.
Thank you, Councilor Broderick. I took liberty to thank Attorney McNeil, so we will note that the primaries are tomorrow. If there is no objection, then now we will adjourn the council meeting at 11:39 p.m. Thank you.